I'd like to welcome everyone to the special meeting. I guess it's our regular meeting of the Pender County Board of Education. We have determined there's a quorum. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Can we all stand for a moment of silence? Thank you. Mr. Charles, will you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. You may be seated. Our meeting is just a little bit different tonight. We have some presentations, but we're going through the same format as a regular meeting. We're just starting earlier and less action items on our agenda. So we are at approval of the agenda.
I make a motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Thank you, board members. We are at public comment. And I have to read the little note here. Pender County Board of Education welcomes the opportunity to hear from the public during its regular scheduled meetings. The public comment period is open for members for the public, including parents and students, to voice compliments, concerns, complaints about performance of school personnel, implementation of board policy, and the quality of the educational program or school facilities. According to Policy 2310, presentations are limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. Obscene, vulgar, or profane statements and statements reasonably perceived to be disruptive or immediate threatening to the orderly operation of the meeting shall not be permitted. And we have one sign up, Mr. Kenneth Keith. Mr. Keith.
Thanks for getting me on early. Board Superintendent, Ms. Benson. And to the board, in case you know why I'm here, this is the 12th, 13th time I think I've been here on the issue in reference to candidate school and the name reference, name change, name addition, whatever. And I'll say to you again as a board to come this many times for the board to ignore the people over at Hampstead. I've asked several times, what is it that's keeping you from talking to the people? Is it because they're African American? I didn't want to go there, but it's time to go where it's at. I've been to school and talked to people. I was parent there. Wasn't born in 1968 when the name change took place. This don't make sense to ignore the people. Now you're in a position where you need $178 million to build new schools over there. Let me be the first to say that you need new schools. But you don't let a simple thing like this disrupt the flow, because it can't happen. People see the way you're treating the people over there, and Brad, I have to call you out on it, because these are your people, the people you're supposed to represent. You completely ignored them, you hadn't talked to them. They're courtesy and respect. That's all they asked for. They asked for you all to give a vote. Then you worked over there. Ms. Jordan, she had to bear the brunt of the burden whenever everything took place. Back she was young, but that integration part, she fixed it. She came through it. I came in on 1973. I was the court officer, and I had that side of the county. I went through a lot of dirty, rotten stuff too. This is a simple thing. I'm an educator. You got 2 educators up there. The rest of you lay people. Don't mean you're not good people. Pastor, he's an educator. You're an educator. You should see things from a different lens. To me, it's important. The school, it's history. It's important. You've seen what happened the last meeting you had, the people who came out, they're standing willing and ready to do a lot. But what is it that's going on? Watch the 5 of you, if you don't be real careful. A lot of people watching now, and $178 million is a lot of money. Yeah, you need the school, but don't be foolish. Don't think people don't pay attention to the point that they can't disrupt. Because I've been saying stay calm, stay quiet. Maybe you do the right thing. But the next group coming in who want to step in and take over, it ignores it. It shouldn't have to happen. And it's a simple thing with the principal. She grew up somewhere else. She teaches kids. So she don't need to be in the middle of this. Good person, good principal. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Keith. Moving on to our information agenda. Mr. LaFawn, would you like to introduce our
I can, yes, sir. Board, as you know, we have architecture presentation tonight. Our first group is Smith Senate. I will allow them to introduce themselves to you and remind them that once they get started, it's 30 minutes. And if you go up and
Presentation's up, the way you control it moving forward, so I've done that. So you can have, I'm not sure how to crowd around all this.
So just to make you aware, they see your presentation on their screens as well, with this goes on.
Okay. Good. Well, I'd like to start by thanking the board for giving us this great honor to come talk to you. It's a fantastic opportunity. We would like to introduce our team to you. So let's tell you a little bit about who Smith Senate is. We're a woman-owned, award-winning firm. We've been in business for over 45 years, homegrown out of Raleigh, North Carolina. We believe that we have great firm resources and a strong group of people. We have many repeat clients, and we think there's a reason why. Okay, so our goal is to be partners and advocates for all of you. We're here to listen to what your goals are for your new school. We'll take that to heart. We're always responsive, and we'll be committed to getting you the best possible school you can get. So to introduce our team, so I'm Ron Angeri. I'm the president of Smith Senate. This is Ed Gordon, my partner. He's also an ALEP. And then we have Les Parker. Where's Les?
I'm over here.
Okay. Drew Wilgus is out of town, couldn't be with us. Ray Jenkins is our construction administrator. And then we also have Timmons Group, PDC, and Lynch Mikan. So I'd like to give Blake a chance to talk a little bit about Timmons, and then Jason about PDC.
Yeah,
and then
Blake
Jeff
Hall,
Mikan.
Timmons Group. I'm a civil engineer and landscape architect. I work in our Raleigh office. I just do public municipal type projects. That's all I've done my last 20 years. We opened office here in Wilmington 2 years ago, so we're local here as well. But I'm familiar with you all and your sites based on, we did help y'all kind of look at the sites with the bond referendum and help with the site cost as well. So a little bit familiar there.
Jason?
Jason Vincic with PDC Engineers out of Raleigh. We're a MEP, mechanical, electrical, plumbing design firm. We've been in business since 1970s, and we've worked, I think, in just about every school district from Durham to the East Coast over the years. We've got several jobs going on in Wake County, one in Durham, and some other renovations as well.
Here, when I'm Jeff Morrison, I'm Vice President with Lynch Mikan Structural Engineers. So we're also a woman-owned engineering firm headquartered in Raleigh with offices in Charlotte and 2 in Virginia as well. We really specialize in K-12 work, and we did work with Rhonda and Ernestine and EDC and Blake and Timmons for probably 15, 20 years or so. And I will be the main project manager for our team on this project.
Yeah, we'd like to say too that everybody that you see here, you'll see throughout the length of the project. We've all worked together for a very long time. We think we're very seamless. And so with that being said, I want to talk to you a little bit about the process. And also just a reminder, if you want to interrupt with questions, or we'll try to leave a little time at the end for questions, either one is great. So that's just our org chart showing you all of the people here and what roles they'll be playing. And then to talk about our project approach and process, we would normally start this off with kickoff meetings with whatever stakeholders you decide you want us to be talking to. We like to talk to the students, the faculty, the administration, the Board of Ed, and to kick that off with charrettes and other kinds of discussions with everybody to get a feel for what you're trying to accomplish. So that stakeholder input, we have at different times asked people like, what things are you most interested in, and have them come up and put stickers and describe to us the kinds of things that are most important to your particular facility and what supports your pedagogy.
So one of the things we've got to pride ourselves on is listening and learning from you as much as trying to tell you who we are and what we do. You guys are in here every day doing education. We understand buildings and systems and things like that. But what we typically do is when we're looking at kind of learning a new school system is we take what you know that is working. So we kind of diagram out a building that you guys think is really working. And we meant to say this earlier. Please interrupt us at any time. This is not a canned presentation. This is us just kind of trying to get you to know us a little bit. So using some colors, you can kind of see how the core works out and how support spaces work out and what things you might want to do. And especially when you're talking about doing something like a K-8, it's not the standard run-of-the-mill kind of thing. You kind of have to know what you're doing and how that organization kind of works out. Push a button? That button. So we'll put together a programming document so that you guys know kind of what we're thinking and we know what you're thinking, get everything checked off. And this goes into a lot of different things, including site. We'll give Blake to talk a little bit more about site kind of stuff in a second. But when you're doing this kind of stuff, you have to think about that end game. And when you're going through the LGC and how to talk to them and make sure you have all your permits together. So in doing this kind of stuff, you start to develop a schedule that kind of talks to making sure that you start from the beginning and you work all the way to the end with the same ideas in mind, same vision, same goals and everything like that. Blake, you want to jump in here?
Yeah, in terms of the site, like I said, we did look at a couple of your sites, the McAdams site and the Coleman site. I don't know which one is the top site right now. I don't know if either of those are moving forward, but we're familiar with that. And the site analysis is very important, especially when you get down to coastal areas. There's lots of wetlands, a lot of environmental features, poor soils we have to deal with. So understanding that, having a critical understanding of that is key to understanding how the objects, different parts and pieces fit on the site. We've done over 100 schools in North Carolina, very familiar with how schools lay out. Understand MSTA is a division of the DOT that's very important on queuing on site, having to get all those links figured out to make sure we're not backing out into the road. But that first key step is really what environmental constraints, what kind of buffers and setbacks do we have that are really going to define where we can develop on site. It's really a critical part of our first site analysis.
So we take all this information, all the programming, site analysis and everything, and that's when we really start putting the pieces and parts together and the massing of the building and seeing what shape this building's going to be, what works on your site. So you start seeing some sketches, some preliminary designs, just big picture, what do you guys want for your school and what do you want it to look like and what's the shape going to be. So once we're done with the whole programming phase, these conceptual designs, we like to do a programming report. This includes all the information gathered up to this point. It's a really good point for everybody to read all the items and make sure everything, check all the boxes that you're getting everything to the school that you want. And it's just a really good summary for where you're at in the project before you get into the actual design elements of the project. So the next portion of the project would be schematic design, design development. Like I said, the images, you start looking at the elevations, materials. We take those massing models and details and sketches, and that's when we start doing the pretty pictures. You actually can see what this is going to look like. We use a variety, a bunch of different software to do different images, and so we can do all sorts of types of images, interior, exterior, site, and so you really just get a good feel for what this building is going to look like. There's also, we get into the details at this point. You're getting into how the pieces and parts go together and working with PDC and Lynch Mikens and Timmons and everyone, just coordinating all these pieces and parts before we get into construction documents. And part of that coordination, this is BIM, Building Information Modeling, and it's super important. We rely heavily on this. Once we have structure modeled and all the pieces and parts of the building, the MEP, Jason, I don't know if you want to talk a little bit about coordination.
So kind of like in tandem with schematic design, we try to, early during the design process, we try to do some preliminary energy modeling, try to figure out what system types we want in the building, what your energy conservation goals are, so we can start giving these guys, mechanical spaces, how much space we need, because obviously you don't design the building around the mechanical systems, but they have to work, so we try to get all that stuff in in the project early so that we have our spaces, we're not impacting programming. And we do model all the ductwork and piping in 3D so that we can see areas that are problematic where we might not be able to fit something. So we give these guys feedback early on in the design. So once it gets in construction, we don't have RFIs come in saying, hey, this doesn't fit, or we can't make this work, or we try to head all that off early in the process when they're doing their massing and the SD phase deliverable, we get ahead of that stuff. And then, like I said, as far as the energy modeling goes, we work with you guys and your maintenance team to select systems that are that meet your requirements, that your guys can work on, and that will get you to what your goal is as far as energy conservation goes.
Yeah, that's a good point. That process of talking with your maintenance staff and seeing how they use the equipment. We don't just want to throw something at your team and expect it's going to work. We want to make sure all the maintenance crew and everyone knows what they're getting and how they can maintain the systems for the life of the building. It's also the point where we argue with structural engineers about depth of structure.
That's called collaboration.
Collaboration and we push and pull, and it's fun. So the construction documents, once we have all these drawings and we go in through permitting and LGC and all the whole approval process, is the CA portion of the project. And Ray Jenkins lives in Burgal. He's our CA, so he's
Super excited to be here.
super excited to be here.
I mean, it's just great that Pender County, I'm looking forward to get some schools going in Pender County. It'll be great. Yeah, I live right about a mile from the ball fields, and I'll be looking after the project from actually pre-design, making sure everything fits together, and then working our way from the ground all the way up through till we hand the keys over.
Thanks, sir.
Yes, we have.
So just to show you some of our relevant experience, we have two projects we want to show you. One's an elementary school and one's a middle school. But just to give a feel for, we work all over the state. We've done lots of schools. Our firm's founded on the K-12 market.
We're doing okay on time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So one of the things we started talking about was we're gonna, if we're doing this, we're gonna get to know the maintenance department pretty well. Okay, what do you want for floors? What do you want for lights? What do you want for mechanical systems and everything like that? Because we're gonna walk away at some point. Not really be gone, but they're gonna have to maintain anything that's put down on the ground. So
They
that's,
don't walk away ever.
it's real important. So this is Manning Elementary up in Roanoke Rapids. It's a two-story elementary, and we'll kind of get into why that is. So on this one, the lower picture over here, that's the existing building. It was a 1940s Florida-style building where you had to come in from all of the different rooms everywhere. So we helped the school system buy this old, what was it, Piggly Wiggly? So that we could get a little bit more room. And over here, you can kind of see the light shaded. So we were building right next to this thing. And that's one of the reasons we went with two-story. If you get into a bunch of wetlands kind of stuff, it may make sense to go two-story, depending on what you've got. But there was a reason for doing that kind of solution with them, and that's how they enjoyed having it work. So some organizational kind of things. The media center is the heart of this school, and it's the yellow blob in the middle. So all the way around, you can kind of orient yourself about where you are in the building by knowing kind of where that yellow blob, where the media center is. And this is a little couple of pictures of the media center, one from the outside, one from the inside. And on the right-hand side, it's kind of a screening element where parents do their drop-off. So when we showed them how the queue works, we had to sit down with all of the PTA, show them how it worked. Everybody was real concerned, but the new standard queue with DOT, I don't know, probably going to be about a half a mile, maybe 3/4 of a mile long at this point. But getting them through the queue pretty quickly, this is pretty much the front door.
And there's not really a standard for K through 8 schools. They have a calculator for K through 5 and 6 through 8. And so we have to work closely with the DOT to really determine how many cars we're going to need on site.
Can you back that up? This will be a major concern for us, is traffic on site. So that's a two-story drop-off drive around right there. They drive under that shelter?
No, no, no.
Okay.
They're out here on the road. They're out here dropping off 4 at a time. And the cube is dual. This one worked out. We had to do 2 lanes coming in, and at one point you narrow down to 1 lane. And they were real concerned about how it would work because they were used to having parents walk onto the site and come back off the site. We took a road out and put this thing in, and within a week, everybody was flowing through the thing real quickly now. So it's a 1-story, you only go in that 1 door. And that's another thing we look at a lot in this building was safety. So safety vestibules, and then different ways to lock down the school. Like you could lock down a wing if you had an active shooter or something like that. You're kind of looking at that as a layered approach as opposed to one place and an SRO and video cameras and all that kind of stuff. Did that get you kind of what you were? So again, not exactly a standard classroom, but these kind of wider spaces in the halls were set up so that kids could go out and do smaller projects, and they use it a lot. And then we did a bunch of artwork on the side, and this is the river running down the wall. And you can see on the right-hand side where some of the kids put some furniture out there so they can sit and do their studies. So on the right is the cafeteria. Upper left is the multi-purpose room. And way on the left, you can see the stage. So this all opens up, so it can be one big room, the cafe gymatorium, whatever you want to call it. And you can get a lot of people in there. You can do all your PTA meetings and anything, graduations and everything else that you want to do. The lower left is, you can look down into the media center, so you still kind of know where you are with the big yellow block. And this is Dickson, let's talk a little bit about Dickson Middle School. And this is down in Onslow County, over in Onslow.
So Dickson Middle School, this is just off of North Topsail Beach, Sneed's Ferry area. There's a 30-acre site, low-lying, swampy area. Looks similar to some of the potential sites down here. This project was a little bit different where they wanted to include 5th grade. So the flexibility of the school system, they were shuffling some kids from one school to another, and so we ended up with 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th in this facility. 2-story building, so we have 2, a double wing. We'll get to that. So here you can see, really at the top, this is your traditional middle school, 6th, 7th, and 8th grade. And once they incorporated that 5th grade aspect, started looking at stacking the 2 classroom wings. And the third option is, the next option is where our plan ended up, but we started looking at internal spaces. Ed mentioned project-based learning areas that are internal to the space. SRO, really the visibility on the interior of the space. Passive visibility, so it's for security. You can actually see down those long hallways. You can see little corners you can hide behind. This is the courtyard space, looking back towards the middle of the school. So here's the floor plan. I think the next slide has that internal, you call it the internal courtyard space. The students, we met with the students during the design of this project, and they had all these crazy ideas. They wanted a slide coming down from upstairs and all these things. But one of their big items was they wanted a safe courtyard space. And so that's how we ended up with this internal dining. We included an auxiliary gym for the 5th graders, so we could have isolation from those older students. You can see here number 7, that's a stage. So a little bit of an auditorium element. You can open that whole space up through the middle. And from the courtyard on the exterior, you can see down through the library, through the dining space, through the auxiliary gym. Again, visibility. You can stand almost in the middle of this school without cameras or anything. You can lay eyes on those wings and the different perimeters of the building. Another image of that interior space. To the right-hand side, the second image, second floor, that's the library space. And DPI has what we would consider dated standard on the size of library spaces. Those students are wanting to go out in those public spaces and break off into little project-based learning areas, which is what we did here. We have these little nooks and crannies here, little reading room. This is turned into an IT space, right, Ed? You can check out laptops and certain things for the students. They're one-to-one when the school opened up. There's a space underneath the stair And to the north is a teacher break area. But again, very open, high visibility. To the left, these were the students that we met with when we first started designing the project, and they had a blast. They came in our office, we taught them the different software to use. They did different models. We were exchanging emails with some of the students, sending us images of certain things. Built some models, and throughout the whole project, they had an open invitation. We gave them a hard hat and said, if you bring the hard hat back with you at the grand opening, you can come out there and dig some dirt, and they did that. So they were part of the whole process. And here to the right, that's that open space again. There were some concerns about the acoustics. This project, we would have an acoustician on this. But this space, you can stand right next to someone, there's not an echo. We did that with acoustic panels in the ceiling, with the volume. Worked with Jeff and his team. We did acoustic deck throughout the open spaces to control that sound. And here, just some more images of that internal, the little breakout areas in the exterior courtyard.
And just to mention, Ray probably knows the most about this school, this group, because he was the superintendent on that project. So any questions?
Call me
about
every
that?
morning and ask 3 or 4 questions.
Yeah, so just to close, first of all, thank you so much for this opportunity. We're trying to keep a few minutes, hoping that you have questions or we can talk about everything. We promise that this team will be your team. That ensures consistency. We never go away. We have perfectly transparent communication with whatever stakeholders you want us to be involved with. We definitely work well with regulatory agencies. We have experience all over the state. We have experience here in Brevard right now working on the ABC store. So all of that project coordination allows us, we deliver projects on time, on schedule, generally under budget. On Dickson, we gave the client back almost $4 million that they could do other projects with. So this is our team. We've all worked together for a very long time. I don't want to date myself and tell you how long, but Ed and I worked together 25 years. Our firms worked with PDC for over 40. But we have a good team, strong team members that will help with this in addition to the people you see today. So we're very honored to have been chosen by clients to go to state construction, to write letters for us to receive these great recognitions of superior professional service, and that's what we would hope to bring with you. A listening spirit, we want to collaborate with you, engage with all of the people you want us to be a part of this project, and hopefully exceed your expectations. And we really want to work with Pender County Schools. We're very hungry for your work. We like working down here. We're getting to know the people we're working with on our other project. We have a guy on the spot who knows the town well. So we just want to say thank you so much. If you have any questions, we'd love to answer them.
Any questions, board members?
How about you on time?
I got, so ours is not a traditional K-8 in the sense of power failure. A K-8, it's 2 schools. I don't know if you're familiar with our Surf City School. The middle school has its own administration, and the elementary school has its own administration, but they share the common areas. Do y'all do those? Is that something you have experience in, those kind of projects?
Yeah, kind of the school within a school kind of
Yeah.
concept, yeah. We have not done a lot of this. But it comes down to learning from you what you think is successful. And if you think that school within a school concept, and typically when you're doing a K-8, you'll have one principal, but most of the time, that's a smaller school. Like Chicago, I don't know if you're familiar with Chicago, that's a K-8 that we put some things down. Now, as a smaller school, a smaller community, that works for them with a single principal. But when you're talking about the number of kids that you're talking about, you're gonna need those 2 separate kind of organizations working together. And then when you're talking about the common spaces, what are you talking about the common spaces?
I'm talking like well, Surf City has its own media center, each side, but they share the cafeteria, they share the multi-purpose room, they share the gym, but the core, I guess, or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, so that's kind of getting back to the Dickson thing where we had to add that extra multi-purpose room because we knew we were gonna have the elementary kids mixing in with everything. And everybody went to the same cafeteria, and you can play around in the cafeteria, you can have, you know, sectioned off, so the bigger kids are over here and the little kids are going over here, depending on how you wanna run schedules and everything else. But, I mean, there are just some pieces that you were just talking about, like middle schools, a high school wants a library, and an elementary school still needs a media center. And middle school kids are kind of getting squished in the middle. So have to talk real carefully with media center specialists from your end about how they want to run the media center, how they want to run a library. So there's those, I understand what you're talking about with those shared pieces now. Thank you.
As far as cost, which is more economical to build, 2-story or one flat?
Goes back and forth, and there's really not. Sometimes it's more economical to do 2. Sometimes it makes more sense to do 1. Traditionally, if you're out in the middle of the field and you got all the room in the world, 1-story school is pretty much what has been the standard across the state for ever. But as you start to get into more, if you're in the city or something like that, you're gonna wanna go up. And if you're crunched in by a bunch of wetlands, you wanna go up. I mean, down here, we're probably putting piles on a 1-story school anyway. So it's...
Probably in that part of the county.
So it's been a little bit of mix. We had one lady ask us if we had more problems with people falling down the stairs on a 2-story building or a 1-story building. And we kind of thought that was a funny question. We don't have a lot of stairs on that one, but there's some things you have to watch if you're doing a 2-story, and especially if you got some of the elementary kids on those upper levels. I mean, K2, is that what has to stay downstairs right now?
Yeah.
Level exit. So yeah, there's some complications with 2-story building, and really, you have to do the analysis to tell which really makes the most sense.
I always thought that, one roof instead of, over 2 stories instead of one big roof over 1 story would be.
You get some thermal properties and some other things like that that will reduce loads and mechanical loads and things. So we've done it a bunch of different ways, and it's come out close enough that I'm not gonna sit here and tell you which one's
I
cheaper.
understand. So do y'all do, I guess, prototypes, or is everything, you have prototypes that you build?
Yeah, we've got a handful of prototypes, and
The
then
Dickson project is the prototype. We recently just finished Trinity Middle School
For Randolph County.
for Randolph County Schools. We showed you Dickson just because it has a similar site, slow line.
Right.
There's that 5th grade aspect. It's a little bit different.
So I noticed on your website back 3 or 4 months ago when I was looking at it, that y'all do like a bond presentation, I think it was that you did. Is that's something that you do before we vote on the bond, I guess? What does that consist of?
so
It sounded nice. I mean, the description of it sounded like something that would be helpful with us trying to sell the bond.
So we typically use that, I'm gonna pick on Onslow, because we've been working with Onslow for, I don't know, since the 80s. And what we do is we go in and we document all the deficiencies of the school. So we're looking at, mechanical systems that aren't working, windows that aren't working, and you just catalog all that stuff. It's just a matter of fact. How old is that school? How many more years do you think you're gonna get out of that school? And then take all of that to the board and to workshops and kind of talk through options and scenarios so that you can eventually get to the place where you can convince the county commissioners, yes, we need a bond and we need it for this much. That's kind of the main purpose of that document. But in doing that, we've gotten to know a lot of the county finance officers. So it's kind of important as we're starting to work through some of that stuff when we're talking about burn rates on a project, and they're trying to figure out how they're gonna pull a bond or how they're gonna do their loan. And even working with the LGC to prove to them that we know what we're doing and do that burn rate. Do all of make sure we got all the permits listed out so that when it goes to the LGC, and I'm assuming it's gonna wind up going to the LGC, that before that even gets in the door, they already know everything about what's going on. The other thing we like to do is talk to the local inspectors, kind of from the beginning about what we're thinking, talk to local fire guys about what they've got for apparatus to be able to get all the way around the building safely. So in the end, there's no real surprises that anybody's gonna go, oh, well, you didn't tell us about this.
That's good to hear, because our last bond project, a fire issue, not communicating, cost us, what, $2 million? And a big old water tank.
Yeah.
Nobody planned on. So yeah, it's good to hear that you make those ahead of time before the.
And honestly, for the most part, we sit down and start talking to your maintenance department. And every place that we work, we know what they want. Everybody wants a different fire alarm system, or mechanical system, or something. So just, who likes to train, who likes chiller?
So do y'all have any other big projects, this size project going on now?
Well, we've got some things with the guard.
We're doing a National Guard campus in Plainsville right now. Here in 60 acres, 2 buildings, one's 85,000 square feet, the other one's 40,000. 4 sites, community college, doing a big renovation there.
But most of those are designed out, so if we were to be the first customer in November, the bond passes, that would be something that you could start on and give.
Yeah. How you guys doing on your ESSER stuff? We're doing a lot of ESSER projects right now. PDC and Smith Center are doing a lot. So they're smaller projects. And right now, getting a chiller in, good luck. We got a year lead time on some of that stuff.
We've also got a lot of schoolwork we're doing for the ESSER as well as like Ashboro High School. They started building it in 1940. It was phased over, 11 different constructions. We're on phase 3 of upgrading that thing.
Well, thank y'all.
Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much.
We really appreciate the opportunity.
Y'all have a safe trip back, and you have a safe trip across town.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Am I allowed to quickly get this installed? Let you.
Depends on what swag you put.
All right, so we have books, but you're gonna like this one. So eyeglass cleaners?
I see you leave those right there, and the board will take them if they choose.
That's perfect. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. That was a school.
I'd be like a secondary market, and I would say, I will take these and we're going to put a post on. That's
It's nice.
I just need you to go to clear that surplus.
Drop off being enclosed,
Yeah.
having a drop.
That's what I was wondering if they could,
That's a great
if they could
idea.
get the pad. Well, that's the problem you have with this.
Are you, sir?
I brought some notebooks and pens so y'all could take notes. Is it okay if I
You
take
have to
that?
ask Brandon. He's
These
I
are,
would like you to leave those right there. I'm not having you give me the.
Okay, they're just notebooks if anyone wants to take notes.
Well, we've already got some.
just leave them right.
Just leave them right here. If the board wants to take them.
Shoes.
There you go.
Hey, Steve. Hey, bud.
No, you're out of the restaurant business.
This is what. Let me do this now. Let me just have your way. And then you will load up your fence, right?
Someone's gonna be here on the side, or?
Yeah, we'll have it.
Chris Cohen. Chris. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
How are you?
You can just go in the shower there. I am. Yes. Pastime out there. You get him. Yay.
Thank you.
And you get it, right? He's gonna be from the LP1 budget, so the keyboard, just like you would, a regular keyboard.
So, board members, our next architectural group to present is SGA. And again, I'll let them introduce themselves as we go, and I'll let them get started.
Well, thank you. I'm Doug Burns, principal at SGA Narramore Wright, and no, I'm not James Taylor of Fat One, nor am I Robert Duvall. On behalf of PBK, who's our national teaming partner and somebody who has a wealth of experience in this area, we are delighted, ecstatic about being here. We're going to do this for probably 18 months, so we're really, really excited about the opportunity to present this. Very quickly, we're going to go through an introduction, who we are, why we think we should be the firm of choice, how we will approach this, and then we're going to talk a little bit about our vision. SGA Narramore Wright is a 50-year-old company. We've been doing work at the coast for about 50 years. We've completed approximately $2 billion worth of K-12 in North and South Carolina, and we have 5 offices throughout the Carolinas. So we're delighted to be here with the folks from PPK and Roy Montalbano. Where are you? Okay. There's a little bit different logistics for us, so no problem.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Roy Montalbano. I'm president of PBK. It's a pleasure and honor to be here today to present to you on this most important project. We're a national firm, but we're a very personal firm in terms of our approach. We have national strategic partners in multiple states. We're, of course, coming to you from Texas, but we're also in Florida, we're in Georgia, and we, of course, are here with our great partners with SGA Narramore Wright. We have a little over 550 employees in terms of architects and engineers. Our number one differentiator, you guys are going to sit here and listen to a group of architects present today, and we commend you for doing that, but our number one differentiator is our customer service. We pride ourselves on treating our clients with impeccable service, no matter what it takes. We're not going to be meeting, but we're going to be exceeding your expectations.
I think the most important thing is that as a group including yourselves, we are stronger together. We have spent, as I said, it's hard to read that slide, we've spent about 14 months working in conjunction with McAdams Builders, McAdams Homes, with Adam Sosley in conjunction with a piece of property that I think you're pretty much aware you're going to be the recipient of. We've also talked with Dr. Hill and some other folks from his cabinet and some of the plenty of work you'll see. We've recently found out about the event education partnership, and we've made a donation, and we are committing to do that every year. We were very impressed with what we read about all that. With PBK over the last year, with the RESA organization, there are 8 of those around the state of North Carolina. You're in the southwestern RESA, I should say. And basically, we've been working to do a thought leadership workshop with them, and it's been quite interesting. I'm not going to get into that now, but it just shows our ability to work together. We're currently working and hope to be working for sure in the next few months in Union County, North Carolina's public schools, doing a safety and security audit. I think it's very important. So we have that experience together.
So real quickly, I just want to talk about our project team. Again, my name is Chris Coleman. I'll serve as your project manager. I'll be the #1 contact for you from this project from start to finish. We'll definitely get to build that relationship and get to know each other very well. You've already met Doug Burns. He's the principal in charge representing SJ Norma Wright. You just met Roy with PBK. Also here with us, we have Sarah Marion, who's one of our head interior designers with our firm, SJ Norma Wright. We have Jorge Tiscareno. He's with PBK. He's one of our lead designers that we're bringing in for this project. Mike Norris, he is representing McGill. He's in the back here. He's key because he's bringing local experience, especially with the site that we're thinking we've got in question. Gary Colson here is with our MEP engineers, and they're representing Optima Engineering, and they're also bringing some potentials where we're talking about net zero energy. And last but not least, I think that is key, we have Mark Stosny, who is serving on our team as our educational consultant. Not only does he bring years of experience with the educational realm, but he's also local, and he knows the landscape. Let's talk about why us. We don't pose that as a question, we more so pose that as a statement. Overall, our team, we have the experience in the K-12 realm, whether that is on a multitude of projects, whether that's from new construction all the way to small, medium-sized, large renovation project types. So as you can see, we've done nearly 1,000 projects collectively, and I think that speaks for itself, where it brings in repeat business. We build those relationships with our clients and we earn their trust. And specifically, our team brings the knowledge with coastal conditions, how do you design for that, as well as what the specific site constraints may introduce.
Yeah, I want to talk a little bit just about coastal. We've done a number of projects up and down from Charleston all the way up to Wilmington. We've done work with New Hanover County Schools. The school on the lower right was built during Hurricane Florence, believe it or not, and we went through that issue. We have a total understanding of the seismic requirements. There are faults in this area, hurricanes, wind, all that kind of work. These schools were built on 30 inches of a water table, so you have to deal with the issues of when you have a storm. What does that mean? So we bring a real wealth of experience, at least from the East Coast.
Yeah, so when we decided to partner, we asked the question, do we really want to go after this project together? And what are our attributes when you look at us as one team? And I'll tell you what we've come up with in terms of our ability to address coastal facilities. We have a dedicated division called BEAM, and it stands for Building Envelope Asset Management. And we deal down along the Gulf Coastal area, along Georgia as well, up in your area, the moisture and the mildew, the roof leaks and so forth. That's your number one area where if you're going to experience trouble on buildings, that's where it's going to take. So we developed a division that has nothing but girls and gals that deal with building envelope asset management issues. In terms of another hot button that we're seeing these days in the K-12 marketplace is outdoor learning. With the issue of indoor air quality, we're starting to see kids get outside the classroom more and teachers conducting learning programs in natural learning environments. When you deal with parity among campuses and so forth, nature is your number one bet when it comes to ensuring that kids have equal access to a learning tool, which is nature. It's a very personalized way to learn.
Yes, and research has shown that students that have connection and utilization of the outdoor learning spaces enhance not only their physical and mental health, but also it improves performance. And we actually believe in this so much with that, like me, we actually have a landscape architect group in our firm called Edgeland to help us get this connection and actually come and actually develop this outdoor spaces in all the schools that we're doing.
Yeah, one more thing to add is Google actually approached our firm about what's around the corner from the pandemic. What are we seeing in K-12 learning environments? And so we are partnering with Google right now to develop a program called Schools of the Future. So when you work with this team, you're getting a great deal of research, knowledge, and research and intelligence, I should say, when it comes to partnerships across the country that we can bring to you.
Can I stop you and ask a question?
Yes, sir.
So you all familiar with the property that we've thought about with this?
Absolutely.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Absolutely. You'll see that in about 8 minutes.
I need to caution everybody about that because I think that's closed session material, so I question how you know about it yet. Can anybody answer that for me?
What was it?
Brandon, can you take this over, please?
Yeah, sure.
Put your mic on.
I think Mr. Hall is concerned. I don't know that any decision has been made about what piece of property, and the fact that you name a specific piece of property that either will or will not be bought, that would be news to this board.
You're correct. Basically, we were approached by a developer to look at the highest and best use of a piece of land, and could we fit a school on it? That's all it is. No,
Okay,
there's no
okay.
other than that.
So what you're telling me is that it was, no member of a state government agency has told you anything, okay.
No, absolutely
No,
not.
it was more of a speculative,
It was speculative
advanced
on our
planning
part.
to see if you decide to use said property in
Yeah.
question, how
Could it
can you
work?
best use it?
And how could it work? So that's what we're gonna shoot. And I think what's most important to glean from all of that is our thought process on how we approach this piece of property or any other piece of property, because this is the way we would do it.
Okay.
Does that help?
Yeah, sure, thanks.
Thanks.
Thank you. So, and another key component of efficient and kind of new school design is designing for flexibility, right? So there's a lot of advantages in designing flexible, collaborative spaces. And some of those advantages will be there's a better kind of student performance. It'll actually allow for a lot of flexibility that actually you can do more with less. Those spaces, right? Actually, one of those key components that we talk about in 21st century next-gen design is you can actually do more with actually less spaces, because then you can put like operable partitions, a lot of flexible furniture, and then Sarah actually is going to tell us a little bit more on flexible furniture.
Right, so one of the things that our team brings is that we have multi-disciplines on the team, and one of those is interiors. And what that means is that from the beginning, we're at the table, and we can help design the spaces to make the uses and the flexible learning opportunities fit in those spaces versus trying to fit furniture in a space that we've been given. And so that helps make the spaces more flexible, more usable over time, and learning opportunities better.
So unfortunately, school safety and security has become a priority over the recent months and over the years, actually. Back in 2018, PPK developed a consortium of leadership composed of police chiefs that were part of school districts as well as higher education state universities. And out of this consortium, we met 4 times a year, and we developed the best practices, which is what you have there in your hand. There's 32 best practices that have resulted out of the meetings that were conducted with this leadership. The process that we have developed absolutely takes into account a safety and security audit. Every one of our projects goes through this rigorous review, and if we're so fortunate to do work for Pender County, this would absolutely see that review process. We focus on secure and welcoming learning environments. We have the ability to instill all of these principles, but yet our priority is to create a welcoming learning environment. Of course, this would all meet the litmus test of the project certification by DPI, and most importantly, we understand that this practice of safety and security improves student improvement. And that's the one thing that we're in the business here for, is to have our facilities correlate with student achievement. One thing to add, Uvalde ISD has been in the news, of course, because of the unfortunate shooting event that took place. PBK was hired to do their master plan a week before that event took place. We received a call from the superintendent a few days later asking for help. We are currently assisting them right now. We're implementing a program that addressed priority 1 safety and security measures at their 7 campuses. So just wanted to make mention of that, that we have a team well seasoned specifically for school safety and security.
Thank you, Roy. And again, talking about those components, right? We talked about outdoor learning, talked about flexible spaces and furniture. So one of those other ones is the mechanical systems, right? So integrating, high performance, high efficiency mechanical systems will start helping us actually reduce the building load, and also will reduce actually operating costs. And if we want to even take it a little further, then we can start adding kind of renewable energy components, right? So some of them could be photovoltaics or geothermal, and a lot of those other items that Optima is going to talk to, because then that will actually get us to maybe do net 80 or net 0. So we've been lucky enough that we actually have worked on a couple of districts that actually have required this, and by use of a couple of renewable and high performance systems, we've been able to get to net 80 in 2 middle schools and in a high school.
So a big part of sustainability obviously is energy conservation and how your building performs.
At Optima Engineering, we do mechanical, electrical, plumbing. We also do technology related to that all-important security, access control. But in the 30-year history of the company, K-12 is way in our wheelhouse. Of the 300 K-12 schools we've done, both new construction, significant renovation, 11 of those are not just predicted net zero, they are actually proven net zero.
So now we want to talk about the delivery method. Once we kind of go through the bond experience, getting the bond referendum set up, our team has experience throughout the Carolinas and across the country where we can help sit down, come to the table, help you understand and determine what's going to be the best path forward for you as a board, as a school district, in your basic 4 project delivery methods. So that's something we're definitely committed to helping you do. So when we talk about the bond approvals, we collectively as a whole, we have $17 billion worth of experience.
With that, I personally have worked for districts where I've been involved in the passage of 8 bond referendums, 2 of them here in Pender County during my tenure, and a couple in New Hanover and other places, to the tune of about $350 some odd million. And if selected, I would make myself available to serve with your bond committee as an adjunct or an advisor, or however you all see fit.
You'll see Brunswick County up there, and we served and provided a lot of information, graphics, presentations of all high schools, all the schools on their last bond program. I think it was 164 million or something in that number, in that range, and they passed an 80-some-odd% approval rate in Brunswick County, which was pretty amazing. And we ended up doing Dickson Middle School and elementary school as a result. I was the architect, but we did a lot of that pre-work for them, and you have to have that to help promote this amongst the community.
When we talk about budget and schedule, we all know those are going to be our 2 main key items. So one of the things that we also like to do is our team has the collective experience to make sure, number 1, that we design to meet your budget, in effect, exceed or beat your budget to come in under budget. And 2, we understand the schedule, and we can make the schedule work in virtually any scenario. And by doing that, we eliminate a lot of the processes that cause problems to you as the owner. I mean, we're all familiar with the term change order once you get into construction. We definitely have the confidence that our team, in our process and the way we approach the design process, we typically like to eliminate or not get rid of change orders. If we do have that change order, it's typically a credit back to you as the owner.
As I mentioned in my opening comments, the number 1 differentiator for us, you're gonna experience architects that have great design, architects that have great construction documents, architects that have great construction administration services. But the one thing really that we have all of that, by the way, and you're gonna see some images here in a minute that we feel like you're gonna really like. In terms of our MO is serving our clients. We have a saying, the answer is yes, what's your question? Meaning, we are here to serve you. We are here to do whatever it takes to exceed your expectations. And there's nothing that keeps us up late at night more so than knowing that our client is not, our client's needs have not been met at the end of the day. So please know that about our team.
When we want to talk about approach, you keep hearing us talk about approach in the design process. Number 1, that we want to make sure that we make that clear out of the gate. We take our ego out of it. So if we're serving you as our clients, we want to make sure that we understand and thoroughly listen what it is that you want to attain from this process. So you're providing the students, your teachers, your administration, as well as the local community with an end product that everybody has input, everybody has buy-in. Also, we like to engage in a community process where everybody feels like they have input and say so, and that comes through a series of events and meetings where people actually get to be interactive in that process and kind of help decide how that approach and how that layout and the overall look of what you're doing. So we definitely like to, as a collective, take everybody's input.
Yeah, Chris, we were talking that there's no limit of meetings on our part. We're not going to be on the clock. We'll present 1 to 32 options, whatever it takes. So if we're so fortunate, again, to work for you, you're going to have our undivided attention and unlimited meetings from us, whatever it takes.
So again, process. We talk about process and approach. We like to break it down into 4 key simple areas. So number 1, we definitely want to investigate. We want to investigate, what the site constraints are, what your issues and your needs are, as well as making sure we're adhering to schedule and the budget. We also want to know what the existing and surrounding conditions and the infrastructure are. Then we want to inspire you as the stakeholder, children, students, administrators, you as a school board, as the owner. We want to make sure that we're inspiring everybody. Everybody's bought into the same vision. That way we can deliver a seamless process at the end. And then we also take all those goals and desires as well as your academic program, and we deliver a good design method and model. The next one, align. We sit down in those numerous meetings, there's no cap to that, and we understand what your district standards are. We try to make sure we're aligned with the local authority having jurisdiction and the local level as well as the state level. We talked about security earlier. We make sure we want to meet those security objectives, if not exceed them. We also want to understand what your academic models are, arts and your budgets. And we all know currently with the current construction climate, things are escalating on a week-to-week, month-to-month basis. So we also identify those budget alternatives up front. And then last, we just want to resolve. We do the presentations. You know, we make sure that there's no amount of presentations that we need to make to you as the owner, the board, local community, and students and teachers. We go through the submittal process, we refine all our issues that way, like we talked about earlier. We want to eliminate our change orders that cause problems. And then constructability, our designs are designed to be easily constructed where contractors are not left with questions in the field that cause problems. We're meeting the compliance at the state level, we close out, and we walk away and leave you with a successful project. And then to further parallel our effort, to collective as a team, we like to issue what we call the Friday report. So every week we'll issue a one-page PDF document where we email it out. You know what we talked about, what was discussed, what was worked on for the past week. You kind of know what's coming up on the upcoming weeks, and we're committed to doing that weekly. So at the end of the project, throughout the project, there is no question about what is going on and what is happening with us as a team. And then schedule. You know, based on some limited information that we have, we quickly took a stab at outlining a schedule. By no means is the schedule locked in stone. Certainly once we come to the table and sit down with you, there are opportunities to streamline that schedule and make some reductions to that as well. And then vision. We kind of quickly talked about it on the vision. Yes, we were able to do some, what we like to call the advanced planning, to figure out what the best use could be of the said property. And we also just took an assumption and made some design elements of what we think the vision could turn out to be. And so from here, what we're looking at is this concept site plan where we were able to reduce our overall footprint. We're able to understand what the current wetlands are. We're able to understand what the site is giving us, what it's not giving us, and how it also could blend in well with the community.
Thank you, Chris. And actually, Mr. Hall, I'm glad that you actually asked that question in the beginning because, you know, what we're going to show you here is just all assumptions in concept, right? So it's actually more just to show not only our eagerness and our excitement, actually to just be in front of you, show you this process, but it's also just to show you the overall design process and thinking that we both will go through if we're lucky enough actually to get this project.
Right, it wasn't, the question was nothing against y'all.
No, thank you. No, it was a great question, though.
It was to make sure of something else that just totally unrelated. Just had to
Not
be
a
sure of
problem, sir.
something.
Thank you. But actually, this shows the overall design process that we'll go through. So-
Thank you, though. But thank you for answering it.
No, thank you. So this is the site that we were looking at, and Doug will talk a little bit more about it, but I'll just go through like a little bit of actually almost like where Chris was mentioning in regards to the overall process. We'll show you the overall design process. So site analysis is one of those first things that actually we go through, right? So we identify the main kind of feeder roads that we have. So obviously we know that Island Creek is on the top, and then there's a proposed collector on the bottom. There's also the integrated wetlands that we have in this, again, really big site, and then not forgetting, obviously, all the athletic fields that will serve the pre-KA. There is a possibility that maybe the high school could go on the proposed site adjacent to it, so maybe those athletic fields can also kind of crisscross and actually help the overall facility and the village. And as well, also the dog park as well here, so it will serve not only the school, but actually serve also the community as well. And we understand that also there's maybe a need of having a connector road that will connect the collector and then also the Island Creek. And then as we were talking, there's the potential site for the new high school.
Yeah, I think, as I said before, we were approached by a builder to do what we call a concept study to look at the highest and best use of that property. And his concern for his project, should it ever happen, was the connectivity between the school, potentially Park and Rec, and some other activities that could happen in the area. Whatever site you pick, we'll go through the exact same evaluation. I mean, that's just what we do. And actually, this is the most fun part of the project, because we actually get to dream. But the intent was to take this particular piece of land, some 87 acres of land, and to see what could we do with that if that was presented, and that's what we did.
As part of site development, we talked a lot about the structures and the function. McGill just recently completed the system-wide Parks and Recreation Master Plan for the county. Should there be a consideration for having a joint school site facility with Parks and Rec use, that's an excellent opportunity to meet the needs of many jurisdictions and departments. As mentioned, this is a concept. One of the things you'd want to do if there's a willingness to move forward with that joint use is coordinate with the Parks Department and the county and what are the best uses so it complements and not competes with future development with parks and school facilities down the road.
Thank you. So continuing with the overall analysis and kind of concept of this project is traffic flow. So traffic flow obviously in the school is extremely important, so you always have to divide, especially between the student and the parent drop-off versus the buses and parking. So what you see there on yellow is actually the proposed bus drop-off with the entry toward the back and faculty and staff parking. And then there's 3 opportunities here that we looked at potential parent drop-off. So one could be from Island Creek, so maybe at the beginning of the school, while the school is actually getting kind of filled out. As it moves on, then maybe potentially we can actually extend that parent drop-off. But potentially there's also the great opportunity with that collector road to actually come from the bottom and extend it and actually even extend further the overall parent drop-off. So that way you actually move all the traffic away from one of the major roads to a collector road that will actually connect to the homes.
DOT, having been through this, in Brunswick we had this happen, you have to get it off the main road. If you leave it on the road, not only are you going to have turning lanes and all that, which Brunswick didn't do with the Learning Academy, and then afterwards, DOT came back and made them spend $600,000 to do that. The bottom line is, all this for any sites you have has to be thought through, and we want to get that queuing lane off the main road, or they won't be happy.
Thank you, Doug. So continuing now, we're actually diving into the floor plan. So we mentioned before, we looked at the efficiency. So this is a 2-level floor plan.
Okay, I need to stop you
Yes, sir.
right here. This may be too specific for me to feel comfortable under state law with you guys presenting. The first one, I can see a developer paying you to do a concept. This is the actual design of a potential school on that. I think we have crossed the line, and so I'd ask you not to present any conceptualized drawings of what the school could look like in order to continue to be viable candidates. So that's fair. Let's skip that slide.
So I think we will skip then. Where's the? So it's floor plans and neither renderings and.
You present past work, but not rendering.
Yeah, probably no animation either.
Okay. Well, certainly, we definitely appreciate the opportunity to be here before you interview. That is not something we definitely take lightly, but we know that we want this job. As you can see, that we've clearly committed a risk on our part, and we definitely know what it takes from a effort level to make that a successful project, to work with you as well as the local community. We want to open it up for any questions that you may have.
Can I add, I think one of the issues that you may be addressing that I hope isn't being misinterpreted is that when our team took a look at a piece of property, they started getting creative and getting excited about what could work based on the amount of usable land, where the wetlands are, et cetera, what could be built, and the idea was, well, probably it would need to be a multi-story building in order to get the capacity that you're talking about and still be able to fit it without having to mitigate lots of wetlands. And so the team got excited and they started playing with it, and we were doing Zoom meetings back and forth saying, what do you think about this? And it became an intellectual exercise, thank you, that we wanted to share with you just to show you that we've been thinking about it and excited about it and all of that. And also, we're not going to be able to show you now, but we have the capability to do animation. And so we produced a minute 20-second animation of how it all comes together, not to show you that this is what it should be or what it could be, but the idea of these are the tools that we have in our team. And part of the reason we've teamed SGA and PBK is because we have so many resources that we can bring to you to benefit you, so that the ultimate outcome is the best school, best quality school, for the best price for the taxpayers, that leads to the highest environment for student learning that you can get. So there's more in it. I hope at some point, if you have interest, we can share some of the exciting things that we played with. Not saying that that's what it is, but just to show you that there is a process in place that comes to a lot of fun, a lot of excitement, and a really imaginative, phenomenal type of learning environment for your kids.
I think, Brandon, is this, so after the county commissioners have done their part with the land, then we can see more things like that. Is that, am I right about that?
Not the concept.
So Mr. Hall, to answer your question, under state law, it's the Minnie Brooks Act that prohibits the you soliciting or an architectural firm providing renderings of a potential school. And so from my perspective, in order to keep this RFQ pure, I would prefer you not ever see those renderings. That way they still are in the running and you guys have not seen, because
I just want to make sure that my original question, my intent was not to derail
Sure.
the presentation here. So.
And certainly, I will say,
hold on, Mr. Coleman. To further answer your question, once a firm is selected, they can do all sorts of wonderful things and present renderings and conceptual drawings and all that sort of fun stuff. But until that point, what we have is we have a situation where you guys can see past work, you can see work that's already been solicited and paid for by someone else. That's the reason they present past schools to you guys, not
You just can't
conceptual.
see your, okay.
Does that make sense? I mean, it's
Well, I understand it doesn't make sense, but I understand it.
well, it's a state law, so.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions?
Yeah, questions, board members, real quick. So this was probably covered, but I'll ask anyway. The K-8 design that we have is two separate schools in a school. So y'all familiar with that concept, correct?
Yes.
Where they share the common, or the core? Okay. So, and do y'all have prototypes of those schools currently that would cut down on some design cost and?
Hundreds of them.
Sure do.
Absolutely.
Hundreds of them?
yeah, absolutely. We can provide, if we're afforded that opportunity, we can provide that with some of that data where that tracks where your savings are. So yeah, certainly that's doable.
Single story, 2-story, 3-story, whole variety.
A lot of it's going to be in the property.
Right.
What your constraints are on the land and all of that. That's a big piece of all this. And the less land you have to work with, you're going to go this way, which is, you can do it. I mean, did 2 prototypes in Charlotte-Mecklenburg. It was built twice. It was a 2-story school, and it was very successful.
Yeah, we have one K-8 two-story school now in Pender County.
Yes, sir.
But it's a true K-8 with one administrator's office. So y'all, you know, the ones from here know that there's not a whole lot of dry land on that part of Hampstead. Yeah, we're all one big swamp. And if you were here during Florence, we were one big swamp, an island. But there's no other questions. Thank y'all.
Well, can I ask you a question?
Yes, sir.
Have you all talked about what kind of delivery method, whether you're gonna do CM at risk? Has that been brought up at all?
We did the CM at risk last time. I was on the board last bond. Mr. Hall came in halfway through. We did the CM at risk. That would be my preferred. I mean, it worked well for us with one school, well, all but one school. It worked really well with us, for us.
With the construction market as it is right now,
And
that
maybe-
decision is very important.
Right, and it saved us a bunch of money on our projects and the one big school. One school we kind of broke even with. But, yeah, I was a fan of that. We got an update, and they were really concerned about saving because that's how they got paid. So, yes.
And also, you bring them on board now. I mean, when you do pick the architect, you then have them
Right.
prepared at that moment as part of, when we did Concrete Middle in Brunswick, we had OAC meetings every week with, it was WM Jordan, that was the contractor, and they did a really good job of getting that project done. It was a mess after the hurricane. Washed out part of the side, but yeah, it was weekly, and you're getting numbers in real time. And in this economy, you have to do that.
Right.
I shouldn't say you have to do anything, but my recommendation is that you would.
Yeah, also I think if that is something that you're leaning to, we definitely have that experience, because we all know like right now that construction market is very, very volatile. So if that is the direction that you would want to go, we probably would want to sit down at the table, make some early decisions up front from a design standpoint, and then issue like packages. That way you can kind of get some of your materials locked in, you can get some of your subs, local subs, contractors locked in early.
And lead time.
And lead time.
Right.
According to our cost estimator, and Jordan I just asked this question about yesterday, it's 1% a month of what they're seeing in inflation, 1% a month. And we recommended, which the state of North Carolina does with universities, is the architect designs to 80% of your budget. In other words, if your square footage is 240,000, which I think was in the 244, whatever was sent to us, I think when we kind of figured out, it was more like 250 something, depending on, the point being, you did design to 80%, and the balance of that you do as alternates. That's what you have to accept those, you have a hierarchy or an order of magnitude of how you want to accept those. Very, very important, because we're doing a small, the Head Start thing in Canals, and it's been crazy.
I'm doing a pre-K now that's under construction, and when we use brick masonry, for example, when the mason submitted his bid, it was virtually rendered useless at that point. So we've been having to scramble to make those numbers work, because just the material pricing has just increased. By the time the school district was able to lock in, pay the contractor, secure the bonds and the material, you had the escalation costs.
Yeah.
So it is key to make some of those decisions up front and issue packages.
Right, the CM, if you get them steel, big packages, they can get it now, and it's locked in. That's the key. But if you have a late, like sheetrock, it's gonna be hard to get somebody to find a sheetrock to the whole school, but that's what you want to do. Don't bid the sheetrock 5 months from now,
Right.
because, oh my gosh, you don't even get it. It's rough.
It is a crazy market right now. And we kind of ran into, not as bad as it is now, but with our last bond project, we wound up having to engineer everything.
Value engineer.
Everything, value engineer.
Yeah.
I learned to hate that word.
As you should.
We do too.
So, yeah, I can imagine it's crazy, but thank y'all, yeah.
We want the project. Okay.
We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brandon, before the next groups come in, can you, before they have any kind of embarrassment, can you share with them the same information, what not to share in case it's in their presentation?
For heat, because it's a
Heat kit. That's crazy.
Nice tan. Have a good one.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. We
Nice
appreciate
meeting
you.
both of you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Thanks. Thank you. Appreciate it. Take care.
Appreciate it. That's the devil's deal. All right, I appreciate it. Hey, absolutely. We'll monitor it. I mean, my way.
Oh, yeah.
So, how are you, sir? I know you know this.
We're doing this it's like a regular holiday. We got other places we expect it.
Yeah, no, it's, not a big call. They know what they can see.
Sounds great. Going backwards.
How are you?
So Dr. Hill's staff that wants to go home, or our staff that wants to go, that don't want to have anything coming up, you're more than welcome to. You don't have to stay if you don't want to. We appreciate you staying. Are you?
We bought lots of stuff.
Sure did.
Board members, this is our third group of the evening now on your schedule. The schedule that I sent out to the architects somehow got flipped in communication with Dr. Blumenreich. So this is MS3P. And so you're familiar with Mr. Boney, so I'm sure there won't be any confusion.
Thank you. Are you ready for us to?
Yes, sir, the floor is yours.
Actually, Mr. Hall gonna be here? Or miss him?
He is. Oh, yeah. need him in?
Superintendent in the front is off.
Wait a minute.
We want to start on the clock, yeah.
We've danced before.
You'll just get that in the way, Chris. I gotta keep all the notes of everything.
Hey.
All right, Mr. Boney, I think we're ready now.
Okay, fine. With respect for your time, we will present quickly and concisely. I'm Charles Boney, and I'm here to represent the team of LS3P. LS3P is a large North Carolina firm. We're a large southeastern United States firm. We're both 11 offices. However, we'll be doing this work out of our Wilmington office. We're a local team, and we're here to show you local support. We know Pender County. We've been here many times. We understand the values that you have, and we're here to reinforce those values. We'll work with you in the beginning to establish these, the success factors for the school, whether it is designing the state-of-the-art 21st century school, whether it is creating spaces that encourages staff retention, and we know that is of paramount importance to schools everywhere. We'll help you support the bond issue with graphics that will excite and engage people for that, and we'll create spaces where students want to be. It's so important to be able to provide those spaces. We have been designing schools for many, many years, and this team understands how to do that and how important that is to us. Qualifications of our team, you have before you the people that will be working with you directly on this project. Matt Ramstead, on my right, project manager and also a gifted architect and designer will be directing the project, and you'll see, he'll talk to you about some of his graphic skills with computers particularly. He's an amazing talent at being able to provide quick, concise renderings for you. Then to his right, Isela Martinez, project architect. Isela worked on Surf City K-8 school, and she's part of this community. David Bellamy, K-12 design leader for LS3P. Is a wonderful analog guy. David brought some of his things that he'll talk about another school later on. Yvonne Martinez is our construction administrator. Again, 30 minutes away, he will be here very, very rapidly. Chris Hilt, I'd go anywhere with Chris Hilt to design a school and put it on a site. She is so great at doing that, and we've worked for many years together in doing K-12 schools. She worked on Surf City K-8, which, by the way, thanks to a lot of her ingenuity, was high and dry after the storm. I just skipped over Mike Burris. Mike is our cost estimator with MVP. He'll be helping us control costs throughout the course of the project. Ken Lynch came back from vacation to be part of this project, so did make it on the board here. Ken is working with you with Cheatham & Associates right now, doing your facilities assessment, looking at your existing facilities to help you make them better. We're all part of 95 person strong K-12 team at LS3P who design schools every day. We research schools every day. We represent expertise in school design and school construction. Again, we're your local trusted team, 30 minutes away. We respond very quickly. You'll see my face, you'll see Matt's face, you'll see Isela in the beginning of this project every day at the presentations to keep this project going forward, and you'll see us through the life of the project. Again, in short, we are local expertise, and we're proud with national ranging credentials, and we're proud to focus that here in the county. Our clients say nice things about us. We've done some large, complex projects across the state, also for Eddie Anderson in Hanover County, and I would say the Veterans Park School might be one that you want to take a look at. It's a huge campus, but it is a campus with K-12, not just K-8, and it also combines a community park. So I'll leave it at that and turn it over to Matt.
Thank you, Charles. As Charles mentioned, I'll be serving as project manager, and one of the great opportunities with project management, not only just to help guide the project with scope, schedule, budget, but at LS3P, we focus on design first. And so I want to share some of our methodology and how we get there and share with you the way that we work. Part of that is that we're learners. We're a research-based company, and so we spend a lot of time diving into the details. We want to know what people think. We want to hear their thoughts, and so we have several ways to do that, through surveys, through design workshop meetings. These are some images of our recent projects that show how we gather that information, and we really want to establish project vision. Vision is what guides the whole process, and it's the big picture all the way down to the details. So if we can capture that early on, we form a strategy and a schedule around that process. It's hands-on. You can see before us we have a model here. It can be messy, it can be exciting. There's a lot of information that's shared. And so those circles on that graphic below represent the key milestones and how we collect data. And then the graphic on top shows a 3D model with a hand sketch. So we use both all the high-tech available to us, also with designing in person and in real time as well. We want everyone in this early process to have a voice and to share that with us. So we even use simple tools like this where people get to write on paper and share that if this facility were to celebrate something, what would that be? And it inspires everyone to take part and to share with us their thoughts. As project manager, this project needs to be on time and on budget. And we have a schedule here that shows the first 60 days to get to that bond referendum. That is our first priority. Our team is poised and ready to generate concepts, graphics, websites, anything that can support that effort. That is a major milestone. Along with that is the site selection, and so the top graphic shows the whole project. The bottom red portion shows the site selection. And we need to keep both going simultaneously so that we can move the project forward. Those circles represent the different milestones. Our team reviews the project, your team as well, the agencies, and then we conduct cost estimates at each phase. So this gives you a snapshot of an overall schedule, and we'll dive into much more detail during the project. We love to design, and we love to design beautiful buildings, but we really also pride ourselves in being efficient and cost effective. So the bottom line is that budget and schedule, they're not suggestions. It's what we live by, and these recent projects show that they're all these three are on time, and the two on the right were under budget by $1 million and $0.3 million on the right with Northridge Elementary School.
Part of keeping them on budget is to make sure that they understand what they're designing and what it's going to cost. Prices have gone through the roof. They've changed from 20 to 25% over the last year. Finally, it's slowing down a little bit. But as you look at that timeline, the main thing to understand is you got to build in your contingencies. You got to make sure what you're pricing, and you also got to have creative solutions to be able to stay under budget and keep that target budget in mind. We do that by looking at different options in the design process. You can do it with different materials. You can do it with the program space you have. You can do it with things that you merge together so that you don't have separate K5 or 6-8. You merge them and save square footage that way. And you do those choices all the way through. We price them with the architect as he's going so he knows where the budget is, and you know that we're staying under budget. And finally, procurement is a big problem with construction right now. The time frame in order to get materials on site and get them delivered. And looking at electrical equipment being a year out, you have to be creative in how you package and budget the project so that you can get early design packages out and early material packages out. And working with Ken and his mechanical systems, make sure that we can get those ordered and have them here, and you can save 7% on it if you buy the product and we don't have to buy it through the contractor.
As a construction administrator, as a construction administrator, we in L3P we start the construction administration in our offices, not on site. We start doing the quality assurance adding our on-site experience to our projects. That is yours. So also another thing that I want to say is that we can support the project managers and the general contractor. As Charles said, we are local, so we can handle any issue that we have on site in less than 30 minutes. So that way we can give you a personal supervision and we can handle your issues really quick.
While your project is a new facility, because Cheatham and Associates has been doing projects for Pender County Schools in the past, and we're currently doing the assessment project for you all that's reviewing all the HVAC systems in all your projects. It makes Cheatham and Associates unique as a plumbing, mechanical, and electrical engineering firm for this project. We know the facilities and operations staff. We know the systems that they prefer. We know the systems that they're already trained on to operate and maintain. We know how important an energy management system is to them. We know that they need to be able to control and operate and troubleshoot their systems from the central maintenance office. And we know by doing this assessment of the issues that the school system has been going through. We know that they struggle with control of relative humidity in their buildings, and we know that indoor air quality is very important to you. For any building, sustainability is very important. There are many options that can go into a building, and our part would be to do life cycle cost analysis to sift through those options to figure which are most appropriate for your project.
And most appropriate for the project, most appropriate for Pender County, most appropriate for Pender County's workforce. We can do all the whiz-bang stuff for lots of energy savings strategies, but if the people can't work on it, or if it doesn't work for them, it doesn't make a lot of sense. So we try to put in practical solutions, as we did at this school we call R2I2, which is a really, really cool school. It has the photovoltaics about it. It's a net zero ready school. It's a really neat space, and we'd love to take you on a tour of that. Resiliency, sustainability, and resiliency, in my mind, go hand in hand. We're here in Hurricane Alley, and we, from our Wilmington office, understand, from our Charleston office, from our Savannah office, know what it's like to be exposed during these events. And so we designed with that in mind. We designed with that in mind on the Surf City K-8 school on the day after Hurricane Florence, right after that school had opened. I drove up there. That was the first place I went, and I was happy to see the roof is on, the school is dry. The retention ponds did not overflow. It was really important to see that school was designed properly, that we had enough elevation to be able to sustain that school. And Chris works with us hand in hand.
You can't talk about Pender County without wetlands being the top subject matter. And what I want to assure you is I've designed 360 schools and 42 school systems across North Carolina in my career, including for you, including for Onslow, including for New Hanover. So I do understand wetlands. The most important thing is not to let them control very important critical issues in site selection, a lot of it is solar orientation. I've worked with Ken for 20 years. This is not our first rodeo, and we didn't meet in the parking lot. This team has been together for 20 or 25 years. With that in mind, we look at the traffic, the stacking, 2,000 students, 5,400 linear feet of queuing, but I promise you I've been there and I know how to solve the problem. And with that, teachable moments, stormwater, wetlands, using them as an opportunity to get kids out onto the site. And looking at safety and security, which we'll talk about a little bit more in a few minutes.
So certainly in the design, we've got a lot of factors that we're going to go through in more detail. The first one on the uniqueness of Pender County. I'm from Georgetown County, South Carolina, Paul's Island, so I get the coastal community and how important it is and the teachable opportunities for that coastal community. So we're super excited to go in a little deeper on this.
I've always been known as a passionate architect for schools, for design of schools, and creating learning environments that are quality to our children. I'm especially excited today because I am also a Pender County mom of 4 children. I live in your community. I'm there to listen.
So they made reference earlier about the toys. We definitely, we're low-tech, high-tech, I'm the low-tech. SEPTED certainly is a very serious subject. We have to think the unthinkable. Recent events certainly underscore those. So you see a lot of red dots and lines and things. Those are sight lines that we have to look at and internally know our buildings function. Externally, Chris and I work together to make sure that we have that campus managed and maintained from a standpoint. Chris, from a SEPTED standpoint.
And I want you to understand that I have advanced SEPTED certification. So over the past 4 or 5 years, I have over 100 hours of working with law enforcement across the country on how to design safer schools. First thing we look at is how we locate the school on the site. What is the approach into the front door? How do we secure the front door and have safety and security and eyes on the parking lot? And then finally, as you get into the interior, do we have good vantage points where you can see down corridors, multiple levels where you can see down into public spaces? Those are things we'll work with.
The key with security is seconds, and the more quickly you can communicate to that administrator what's going on in obviously a shooting event, or possibly in a domestic violence event, which happens far more often, is still tragic. So the amount of glass, all those kind of factors, we from the beginning start to talk about. We also talk.
I will assure you, on a daily basis, it's about bullying.
Yes.
So SEPTED is not new. We need to do it right for a daily basis for every student to feel safe.
Absolutely. To the bathroom placement, where fights break out. Again, program verification, the toy, as we call it, came out of, we're designing middle schools, and with middle school, it is super important, as you well know, to keep the grades separated. 6th grade are our babies, 7th grade, I hate my life. I get that statement after having 2 middle schoolers. In 8th grade, you can't tell me what to do. So if you keep those 3 separated, except where you want, control collaboration, your life's going to be a lot easier. In a K-8, certainly do that red line right down the middle and keep your real little babies away from your big babies. Those kind of things are very important in a K-8. And just in terms of, go ahead, those unique things to Pender County, those collaboration spaces, STEM spaces, things that it's not too early at middle school age or even elementary to start workforce development. How do we keep those students in Pender County? How do we get them excited about that next generation and these kind of spaces that inspire and engage students? That's our challenge for this design. Certainly with this, you can see these are some of the recent K-8 examples. We're proud to say that there's no LS3P style. The style is whatever the district wants, what the students want, however you want us to engage, classical, modern, whatever you want to call it. We will work together. Matt and I will draw our you-know-what's off, and everybody on the team to make sure that you're proud, everybody is proud of this school.
I hope you can tell that we're excited about design and excited about school design. I want to share some K-8 specific design considerations. This is a sketch of Grove School. The top items refer to different design aspects. So 1 and 2, it's about creating that grade separation, that controlled collaboration. And 3 and 4, we want to share some ideas about fun, exciting spaces for play and interior spaces. With Grove School, site design was a very important feature, and Chris can elaborate more.
Welcome to Savannah. And we worked very, very hard with that school system to clearly identify the architecture and the site design. So you can see really clear front door, fairly formal reinforcement of a formal courtyard. Once again, that's Savannah. What we really want to do is work with you to identify what is specific to Pender County and how we can personalize the design for you.
So if you look at that front door image, the next slide shows that on the left, we have the student drop-off area. On the back of the site, we have the bus drop-off. So it's very important to create those separate entry points, have a secure entry for upper grades and lower grades. And then in the middle of the building, we defined this area that was shared. The gym was shared, auditorium was shared, but then the kitchen and dining had a unique setup. So the kitchen serviced both a lower grade area and an upper grade area. That way they could take advantage of that high cost space and get the best efficiency out of it.
Something that David and I worked very hard on, and I think it will be important here with 2,000 students, is when we looked at groves, we wanted to identify, have different markers for the different age groups so that we could actually create themes that before you even got into a particular wing or into the classroom, we were already imprinting the campus, the site, with personalized areas. We don't want any children to be lost, and that's physically, but it's also mental. And we do this creating these themes to help reinforce they are at home.
So we have in-house graphic designers. We'll take that building. The building could be a storyteller for Pender County with that wayfinding. We also do a couple of more toys, graphic design for mascots. We've seen firsthand at the middle school level and even elementary school where you can take a simple sketch, and that's the Mooresville one, and then the other on the left, or right, excuse me, is Fort Mill. Really make it bad, you know what, I'm going to say that word. But for a middle schooler, really make it exciting. Maybe you kind of have a junior version for the elementary school. Make it something they really want to wear and start building that school pride at a middle school and elementary school level to carry on into high school.
Also break down the scale of things. This is going to be a very big building, and being able to break down the scale of that, particularly for K-5 kids, is going to be really, really
I feel so lucky to be able to drop off my kids to this wonderful school. Not only because I was one of the original designers, but because I just wholeheartedly believe in the county, and I think you all are doing a great job. This is one of the unique traits for our site was wetland mitigation. We worked closely with the Corps of Engineers and our design experts to come up with the optimum building footprint for our site. And my compost right here. In response to our programmatic needs for this project, we separated the administration offices, as you can see up there in yellow. We also created a shared core in the center with controlled areas, and with security in mind, we separated the elementary and the middle school classrooms. In anticipation of future growth, we also designed our building to allow for future expansion. This we're showing in pink and those areas there. We use color to create spaces that were fun and exciting for our children. We also design our spaces with flexible furniture for collaborative or individual learning.
We're making school special, tailor each school to the needs of the community, and to achieve that appearance and to represent the things that are important to that community that we represent in those programs of meetings. Whether it is in this case of this school, creating a great lawn, creating a great space for people, students to enjoy outdoors. Also to work on the approach to the school to provide that all-important stacking space. COVID has just really spoiled all the formulas that we ever had because students don't like to ride the bus. Parents don't like kids riding the bus. We'll come back to that one day, but it's not going to be like it used to be. We're going to need stacking space to work on that. In a middle school, we're also going to need to have flexible spaces. We will not always have 1,200 kids on one side and 800 kids on the other. Population is going to vary. So having a flex space as we built into this school is going to be really, really important for you. We also wanted to provide spaces that have these embracing areas that create courtyards where students can be in them, being conscious of security, so our SEPTED principals come in, their eyes on the kids in that space, but it gives them a place to be outside and enjoy the outdoors. I've got a lot of things that we can continue talking about, but I'm going to break for a minute and say that it's been a pleasure talking to you. I want to talk a little bit more about this. I think we have really shown you about LS3P. You know us from our previous work. Let's talk a little bit about the present tense and talk about this school that David's been working on.
So David and Chris have been working on together. This is Rowan Salisbury K-8.
We call this where we get to play with toys.
This is the toy part.
And we get you to help us.
Yes. So normally we would come in and we would have a site model of it, sorry for pointing, but a site model over here. We thought it was a good example to show because Rowan Salisbury has a great amount of constraints. They have wetlands on the back side, there's a road on the front side.
It's all wetlands on both sides.
And two existing schools.
And two existing schools, by the way. So they're heavy constraints similar to the wetlands that y'all have. So a fairly dense multi-story solution was a necessity in this. Certainly they're a little bit different in terms of they didn't have two separate admins. They wanted to have one shared admin with one principal. So they're different districts that want to do different things. So we walked through that. And then what you see on the sides are the green and the blue. Those are what it would take to get it up to a 2,000 students. So this is just kind of loosely laid out, but it's a good example of our this is, like I said, the low-tech. This is our process. And on a typical project, we'll do at least 12 models, 10 to 12 models of varying sizes, as many as you want us to.
Yeah, and what those models are, the parking lots, the grades, those are me working with David. We're doing a push me, pull ya. Once we get into this 3D, we start pushing the building around. If we have an opportunity, we like to push the building around with you so that you can see sometimes what our constraints are and how that informs how we design. But I can honestly tell you, we have probably done this on 20 different projects where we identify what those constraints are, and then we start looking at a building that adapts specifically to the site.
So some of them are fun show things, and some of them are real. The red lines represent money. That's a grading plan. And so the less of those red lines and the less close they can be, and Chris knocked this out in a day and a half, and we went back into the next meeting. So it's really intensive, using all our skills that we can figure out how to use. Certainly technical difficulties, we're going to pull up one of the GWiz high-tech 3Ds, but we do that as well. Anything you need to help pass that bond, to help visualize. We love doing an Xbox controller. We can do a walkthrough with Xbox. You have never, or I'm sure you probably have seen. You get a middle schooler, it is like a moth to a flame. You say, hey, what do you have there? And they see that Xbox controller, and they'll come in and they'll talk to you about anything. And then you can say, hey, there's engineering here, there's science here, there's any kind of number of topics. We want to teach on your behalf and with you, and we're excited about it. We have fun doing what we did.
We're also boots on the ground in terms of any help you need with the bond. So we will go and help any presentations that you want in the community. But imagine this arsenal of the physical products and also that ability to do the fly-throughs and those visions. It helps because everybody is a different kind of learner. I think that's why we're good at what we do, is we recognize that and want to make sure that we bring all the different ways to speak to the community and to speak to you.
Double checking to make sure there are no pins in there.
Stepping on my stage.
So as you can see it on the front. So what we'll do too is we'll take a lot of Sharpies and we'll say, hey, this is great, but bless your heart, you didn't get this orientation right. And we'll just keep going and going and going until we get it right. It helps too because I've had a lot of people who they won't say out loud, I can't read a drawing. And so this is a good way to kind of get around that to help you visualize. And two, from a security standpoint, real world stuff of you're at a high point, you can see this much, or this part of the building gets in the way. Those kind of real world things that the toys are fun, but they also are real world. They help, real things of practicality, of solar orientation, a lot of different aspects. Sorry.
So you said those were what it would take to get to a 12. Are those considered wings to this model? Or are those stories?
Those are basically just kind of wings or showing you how big it would make from a 1200 K8 to a 2000 K8. Just kind of a graphic, assuming 3 stories for the, and yeah, we've got your site here. We can certainly roll that out and show it.
Well, that's fine.
Sorry.
But what we do, this is a great example. Sometimes we're looking at 3 stories and what that stack looks like.
Yeah.
And then 2 stories, all of a sudden you see how that spreads. So, that's something we're looking at with you very, very quickly. And on this particular one, we knew we had to go vertical because I started running out of program for the students.
And that's a great thing too, and thank you for noting that. You may have never done a 3-story middle school or a 2-story elementary school. There are different things that it helps to see it, to see how it stacks, to see what a 2-story wing will look like versus a 3 versus a 4. I mean, there are different opportunities you can say, how it impacts the site. And then these wings do create your play space. Security, we've already talked about, is super important. The one thing I didn't mention that I need to is middle school play is critically important because there are 3 big categories. Active play, the really what I used to be, just high energy, surprise. Kind of moderate play, and then passive play. And you need to have spaces for all 3 of those. Otherwise, you're going to have folks that are left out. If they feel engaged and they feel that they've got their place to go, that's hugely important. I think the pandemic certainly taught us about flexibility outdoor spaces. I think this will really be a big part of this design as well.
I'll step in because we're running quickly out of time in respect to your schedule. I know you've got other people. I think we've shown you about our expertise. You know what it's like working with us. This thing of the being ready with the addition, we were ready with that on Surf City K-8 and managed to add 300 students to that while we were under construction. I think that was a major milestone. We also were able to take that school and return to you almost $400,000 from the bond issue passed. That was money left over because we were very frugal and very careful with all the funds. We respect the funds that you entrust with us with, and we know there's not anymore. As Matt said, the budget is not a suggestion; it's a mandate, and we're proud of being able to do that. And I promise you, we will do that and work closely with you. Thank you very much. We are over our time. We would love to welcome questions.
Board members, do we have any questions?
Just a comment. Thank you for bringing this in because it definitely gives you a better, I think anytime you can bring anything out and add the third dimension to it, obviously it helps you understand it. And I kind of geeked out on it because I was a CAD manager, Army Corps of years for a while, and that's been a long time ago. And so seeing this kind of took me back. Thank you.
So is this I'm sorry.
Oh, no, go ahead.
Is this a school you're building now? Or
We are currently in design. At Rowan Salisbury, we're just finishing on DDs, rolling into CDs right now.
They just got their funding fully funded for the project.
But it's K-8.
It's a two-story? It's going to be a two-story?
It'll be a two-story on the elementary school, three-story on the middle school side.
Mainly because the site was so tight.
Yeah.
So you've done a three-story before? What's a three-story look like? I'm just curious. It makes my legs hurt, my knees hurt thinking about it being over 55. But so it's just classrooms on top, and so most of your common areas are on the bottom.
The common areas are right there in the corner.
Right,
so,
and then your second story has.
Your second story has the stacking wings, basically, and then some leftover space for Media Center, which is a two-story space, and then your EC. They had a little bit larger EC component for Rowan Salisbury, so we had to put some of these up here, and then we have a flex space here and a flex space down on the first floor for ES. But first floor for predominantly everything you can have. I'm 54, my knees hurt too, so I totally understand that. And trying to get as close as we can with the stairs and compact, so you don't have to walk as far.
It's very interesting.
You know, one thing to note, that 3 stories was driven by the site.
Yeah,
I think
it's a
optimally
very
2
aggressive
stories would have
site.
been better. But sometimes you're driven by second streets.
How many students would this accommodate?
This current design is 1,200. And so that was the point of these wings would be. And obviously too, basically the middle would grow for your 2,000, but the pieces and parts would stay the same. Just kind of a forward visual.
You might have said this already, but when you build a two-story, is the structure established? I know some facilities do this, to be prepared if you have to go in and put a third story, that you'd be structurally sound enough to add that third story if needed in the future.
We can certainly design it that way. I've been designing schools for 26 years. I've gone through a lot of those conversations. We never actually have done that. Having said that, sites are getting worse and worse and worse.
I've seen that in Lillington. That's the reason why I was asking. The hospital there did it that way.
Yes, sir, we can certainly do that.
That way, they do that a lot.
Yeah.
Because the core facilities are so expensive, that's easier to go up with them and service those areas.
Yeah, we did that at New Hanover Hospital, now Novant, twice in 2 different locations. We did it at Cape Fear Memorial Hospital, now part of Novant also as well. So we know how to do that. The challenge I'll give you for schools is being able to do that safely in a school environment. And it can be done, but it's just something.
Perception of safety.
Yes, that's right.
So we thank y'all.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate your time.
See you again.
Good to see everybody.
That was nice.
Thank you so much.
Good to see you again.
So when you turn anything off, it's gone.
Starting, good to see you.
It's good to see you.
Plus, this is nice.
What I was thinking, how you doing?
Thank you.
My brain was,
I'm glad somebody knows how to put it on.
Oh, yes, sir.
he doesn't.
I've tried, well, good for you. I have to stand in front of a mirror looking both ways to figure out how to do it. Bye-bye, thanks.
Thank you.
SMLA, they skipped, remember they switched.
Got misinformed of the time, so is there any way you might be able to make a small comment, public comment, at least for 1 or 2?
No, we've
It's dire
already-
urgency.
No,
Dire
we had the
urgency.
agenda posted, the agenda was posted, that wouldn't be fair to everybody else.
Yeah, we were notified though, and several of you
It's
had read the
posted.
post, and no one corrected it, and no one told us the right time, but it was posted on your website, we did see that. But we're not publicly told, even personally by the board members that we spoke with.
I have it.
So is there any way we might be able to make a 3-minute, 3
Not tonight.
minutes? Not tonight.
No, we're on a schedule. These people have come from, some of them come from out of town.
Okay, can we meet with you afterwards,
Not tonight.
tomorrow? Can we meet with you personally?
If you work at GE from 6 to 6 tomorrow,
Well, whenever it's convenient, can we meet with the board, because it's pretty urgent, and it's extremely urgent matter.
You can send an email.
yeah, you can send it by email.
Well, nobody replies to our emails, to be honest with you, ever.
Who's next, Darren?
Morning, guys. This is in regards to our school safety, children's lives, emotional, mental, and spiritual parts. And you're not willing to give us 3 minutes for that? At
Not
least 3
tonight.
minutes?
No.
Did that hurt the time in the board?
Well, like I said, that was posted, the agenda was posted. We were in the middle of a meeting. If you would like to have a seat and finish watching the meeting.
If I could prove you guys are breaking the law this moment, would you be able to listen to that? You wouldn't care if you break the law?
If I'm breaking the law, there's a guy behind me that's fixing to ask you to leave, that can arrest me. Thank you.
All right, board members, our next group is SFLA. And I will turn it over to them for introductions and all of those nice things, and let them get started.
Is it all right if I go ahead and hand out some pamphlets? It's the same information that's actually in the presentation.
Absolutely, absolutely.
That was you, right?
It's over there.
Doing well.
Very good.
Doing well.
Real quick.
I guess we're up in a second.
Doing all right?
Thank you very much.
How you doing?
Long time no see. How are you, sir?
Thanks, I'm sorry.
No, all right, I understand.
You too.
I am, well, yeah. Thank you.
It's good to see you.
I can share.
Hughes, you are all,
You ready to start the timer?
you are ready.
I'll start the timer when you start.
Go. It's a pleasure to be back in Pender County. My name is Tom Hughes. I was the principal on the Pender League project. We spent a lot of time in this boardroom with that project, but I'm very happy to be back, and I thank you for the opportunity to be here. I'd like to start with a quick quote: trust. Trust opens new and unimagined possibilities. I think the process that we went through with Pender Lee, hopefully we engaged in a level of trust with you. We certainly delivered a building that all the good things that I've heard everybody's proud of. It is the centerpiece of the community. Hope we can build on that trust, and I'd like to keep that going. We're going to talk about our team, our experience, our project approach, and then a quick summary. So quickly, again, my name is Tom Hughes. I'm principal with SFL&A Architects. I'll be leading this project from beginning to end. You know, Steve, when we were here at the 11th month walkthrough, I mean, we play the game full tilt. With me is Mahan Kick. He will be the project manager. Mahan was also on. Essentially, this is the Pender Lee team. We've brought all the people back again. We've added a couple. We've got some project architects. We also have our educational advisor, Dr. Michael Bracey. And I think you all know Dr. Bracey well. Michael worked with us on the Jones County project when he was superintendent of Jones County. Great relationship with him, high level of trust as well, so he's working with us as an educational advisor. It helps us a lot to understand where education is going. Outcome engineering, Gary Costin is here with us, structural engineer, and then site and civil, CLH. Again, the same team from Pender. Success breeds success. Let's bring them back and let's do it again. So hopefully we can do that for you. Quick faces so you can remember them. 85% of the work that we do is educational facilities. I've been an architect for 35 years. What I do are schools. I've done schools my entire career. Did a couple of banks and bowling alleys in the beginning. Figured that wasn't where my life lies. My wife is a teacher, and so I got into education, and that's been my mainstay. And I've enjoyed that run. One of the things that we really believe in is that strong schools create vibrant communities create sustainable futures. I think it is essential that we recognize in every project that our schools are the centerpieces of our communities. And that's a guiding formula for all the work that we do to bring you the best value that we can, but put these schools in place. We believe in student-centered. I mean, there's been such a change lately in student-centered environments, collaborative learning, technology, one-to-one, students teaching each other lessons, because when I teach you what I know, I remember 90% of what I learned. If I'm in a lecture, I remember 10%. So we're seeing this change in pedagogy, and now it's beginning to really influence the way we design schools today. Collaborative learning environments, facilities that respond to their community. The other mainstay of our profession, of our professional life is energy efficiency. We have some of the most energy efficient buildings literally in the nation. Because for every dollar you don't have to spend to the utility company, you get to put back into education, and that's very important to us. I think it really drives us forward. It drives our innovation, owner-centered, teaching tools, and understanding site constraints. I will tell you today, because of the sites that we're getting, those are one of the biggest and most important aspects of developing projects, is understanding the site, understanding the constraints, and knowing how to deal with everything from wetlands to right-of-ways and everything else that goes into it. This is our resume. I bring it to you. The energy positive piece is 11. We have 11 energy positive schools in North Carolina and South Carolina, more than anybody else. That's our mainstay. It really drives us forward. Not every project we do is energy positive, but most of them are set up to be if in the future they want to engage in a net zero or a renewable resource project. As an architect who's been designing schools for a long time, I have really found a formula that I think contributes to the success of almost every project, and that is that every school has a story. And we develop that story as a way to engage the community, the public, and get them involved in the process. Because when they know the story, they become involved in it, it becomes their story, and it becomes their school, and it becomes a success. And I have a great story to tell you. It's about Pender Lee. Oop, one more. We went into Pender Lee, did a lot of research. We had to go in and look at the Pender Lee Homestead Act. We had to go back and work under the constraints of the National Register of Historic Places. Pender Lee was an Eleanor Roosevelt pet project under FDR
to bring and revitalize rural America. You were the first project out there in that program. And yet the school had been in disrepair. They were very enthusiastic about the school. It was centered around the gymnasium auditorium, the school itself, and a commons. And it was a really great idea that everyone would bring their food in, trade, and then take the rest and sell it. We built the new school on the existing playgrounds. But I think the real triumph of that was not that we pushed it back into, but that we realized that given the new community, we really needed to spin the school 180 degrees. And we turned it around so that it addressed Penderley Highway, really made it an important feature. I don't know if you've been down Penderley Highway yet, but you come through and those trees are there and those trees open up and you have the most iconic symbol of the success that is now being generated in Penderley due to that school. I take a lot of pride in the fact that we made that decision early on with the board, with the community, to put this back. We spent a lot of time here with the Historical Society, with the staff and teachers, with the county commissioners, all trying to understand how this can be a success. And I think we went from this to this. And the fact that when we did the dedication, remember, we had 300, 400 people in the auditorium that night, everybody enthusiastic, even the county commissioners were up there lauding the success of the project, and then the ribbon cutting was a phenomenal success. That's a story that engaged the community and brought that building to life. And we do that with almost every project. A couple of quick examples. Oh, you've been there, but you know the images. I mean, I love the school. I mean, it's really a beautiful school, and I think it served its community well. John J. Blair down in New Hanover, the coastal community. We wanted to put this together with the Noble Middle School and create a new campus. That was the story. It vitalized. Irwin Elementary School. Irwin at the turn of the century was the largest producer of denim in the world. But the mill is gone, so we revitalized. This is the reemergence. The new school has that imagery of the old mill to bring the community back together, and they bought into it. We had the dedication 3 months ago. Fabulous new school. Revitalized the community. Aberdeen, Scottish immigrants that settled in Aberdeen, they were a lumber industry. They built a railroad to Wilmington, and they started selling all the longleaf pines they could cut down. The new building is glulam timbers. All the structural system is a wood system to honor that legacy and bring that back, and the community understands that. Southern Pines Elementary School, the original school, was a Rosenwald school. Julius Rosenwald, head of Sears, that went around building schools for impoverished communities all over the Southeast. Turns out in the end, there was a Rosenwald school on the original school site. So we picked up on that and we designed that school to create that legacy that the community bought into. Northwest Harnett, our most recent school now, is now under construction. This is about trying to preserve a legacy of agricultural, rural countryside in a site that is now subject to suburban sprawl. And so we wanted to create that natural environment within the materials and the design of the building so that that legacy of that urban culture or that rural culture lives on in the school. It also has collaborative learning environments scattered within, which is the nice segue to natural student-centered learning environments, all the things that we try to engage in those environments. You okay?
I'm good, thank you.
You good? All right. So talk for a minute about Jones County. The story here was really that the high school had been condemned, and in order to build a new school, they decided to do something very innovative, which was to build a K-12 facility. Close all the schools, bring them all together into one facility. Each wing, the big idea here was that we decentralized the media center. Each wing now has its own media center, K-5, 6, 8, 9, 12. But we doubled up that innovative media center and created a collaboration space. So students are in the classroom and they use that for collaboration, for teaching and working within. So a modified version of opening up the corridor and creating an interactive learning space where teachers are working within and without, moving around the school. We connected it to the outdoors with glazing at the end, so there's this natural environment filtering in as well as daylight. Really exciting space to be in. But what's more exciting is because this was a consolidated school, we wanted to be able to address the community. So the main street along the front, during the day, it's another collaborative space, pull-out space for students, but at night it becomes a community center. And it's got the gymnasium at one end, and it's got the cafeteria at the other end, and it opens itself up for community use, so that the cafeteria sponsors a usage, and this became the centerpiece of a community. So it was a story of creating a consolidated space with a community center. Big projects that we did, 5 schools down in Horry County in Myrtle Beach. District came to us with a plan. So we have a pedagogy that's going to totally engage in interactive collaborative learning. So he asked us to design a building that really centered around a collaborative space. You know what, I got a laser. The media center and then the classroom wings, 2-story building. The media center all have pull-out spaces adjacent to the classroom wings, much like Jones, but at a larger scale, that really embrace that total collaborative learning environment. And whether that's right or not, I mean, that's a question of how you address that change in physical structure. But we're seeing schools that are dynamic today in pulling out those collaborative learning spaces, students working on a technology-rich one-to-one basis with glazing that allows teachers to work inside and outside supervising, and then a media center that supports the whole structure. So whether right, wrong, or indifferent, it offers a perspective, and the best thing is it's 2 hours that way. Jones is 2 hours that way. So they're there, you can go visit. I'd love to take you, let you talk to the people, find out really how those schools are working. But these are dynamic environments, small group learning, large group learning, and then individual learning within the classroom areas as well. Interchangeable desks, we did all the furniture in these schools as well, because that's such an active part of how schools work today in a teaching environment. So it's really exciting the way we're getting to communicating, stairs intercommunicating so students can move up and down throughout. So we did an elementary school, an intermediate school, and 3 middle schools. The real key was 22 months from start of design to opening of school. They were design build, quick process, but that was part of the whole commitment to making it work. So they're fun, they're exciting, and they're really something that I put out there for your perusal. High performance and sustainability, this is really the road where the rubber meets the road. We're designing nice schools and they look great, but they really function even better. Air barrier design, really important aspects of using natural materials, bringing all of that to bear on a school today so that we're giving you a school that will last 50 years or more. This is not a 20-year school. This school will be here long after we're waving goodbye, because we believe in a proven construction technology, air barrier design, buildings that will last, sustainable design features, use the natural finish of materials as the finished material, so you're not painting something every other week or going in and replacing chipboard walls. Let's make them work over the time. It's all about operations and maintenance and understanding that. Mahan's going to talk a little bit about that later. Energy positive. Again, the piece that we enjoy is that these buildings are incredibly energy efficient, so that if you choose to entertain an energy positive or a net zero perspective, you still have the opportunity to do that with the least investment necessary. But it's an option. I mean, it's not necessary, but the energy efficiency is built right in. And then mechanical optimization. In those schools, we actually built those mechanical systems off-site in a warehouse, shipped them in, placed them, bolted them together. Great quality control and an economy of savings. This is probably where the best example of what we're doing today. The average school out there today has an EUI, energy use intensity, a calculation of the intensity of a school, energy usage. Average building is out there at 58. I actually had to lower it from 60 this year because the world is getting better. But we're doing schools out there right now, if you track our progress over the last 10 years, we're somewhere in the upper teens to lower 20s as a standard of our buildings today. Put that the most simple way, our buildings are 3 times more efficient than a typical building out there today. Now that's taken a lot of work and it's taken a lot of energy, but it has also taken a very sincere commitment between us and our engineers working together. We work specifically with Optima Engineering. Gary's here tonight to talk a little bit about it. He's got a couple of slides, but there's a, yeah.
An architect that knows what an EUI is. I love it, which is what's made us great partners. Optima Engineering, again, we're a North Carolina firm, Raleigh, Charlotte. My office at Raleigh is a 5-minute walk from his on Fayetteville Street. We're used to close collaboration, using each other's conference rooms. We do mechanical, electrical, plumbing. Again, what makes us unique, I think, is that technology component in today's game where access control and security especially, you do that during the design process, and the electrical engineer puts the conduits in the right place. Tom has his input, and it's not done during construction by design build. This is an experienced team. I mentioned the 300 projects, North and South Carolina. Each of the 11 net positive projects Tom mentioned was with us. So
That one?
Net zero, the experience again, it involves two things that are very important, not just the newest technology. It involves close coordination with your facility managers early. You don't want bleeding edge. You might want some cutting edge. At a minimum, what we want to do, by the way, is if the budget doesn't allow, we make your buildings PV ready. Electric vehicle chargers. Who knows what the future holds? There's going to be more of them. At a minimum, we put those conduits in during construction. Those are cheap. It's ready to go later. So all those things, we bring those questions to early meetings. And we don't want to make decisions for you, but with you.
Come here a second. I forgot. Come here a second.
Sorry.
We push each other. I mean, this is a relationship, and all of Morgan and Drew.
Mahan
and
reminded me of this. I apologize. These are all net positive schools collaborated between each other over the last 10 years. I think Sandy Grove opened 9 years ago.
Yeah.
When I set up the Raleigh office, and it's functioning beautifully. But again, all that PV, it is expensive. It may take 20 years to pay for itself, but the building's going to be open for many, many more years than that. And some stub ups, some extra electrical equipment room for those, that extra gear, inverters.
You're good. There's a high level of trust. All right? So we have a good relationship. And again, like Gary said, 5 minutes up the road. So we meet together, offices. I mean, that's how we have gone from where we were to where we are today. We try, we question, we work with each other. This is a great relationship, and that's what breeds success. Project approach, I said earlier, site constraints are some of the most difficult issues to deal with today, and the thing that can cost you the most money getting out of the ground. So you've got to have experience. They know you too.
Yeah, Tom and I have worked a lot together, not only on Penderley, but also on 2 schools in New Hanover County, so we have a lot of experience together. I have dedicated my career the past 29 years to just play and teachable moments, with a lot of the projects being on the coast. Right now, the North Carolina aquariums have been a client for 20 years. So I want you to know that we're here, we're present, and learning and education are very important to us. These are examples of 2 brand new schools that we've opened. One is a middle school, one is an elementary school. And what I want to assure you of is teachable moments happen everywhere. And I'm not happy about COVID, but I am happy that teachers and students are coming out and learning is happening on site. And we want to take advantage of many opportunities that are possible to use our site. Examples, once again, of projects we do on the coast. We do a lot of camo permit projects. But also I want to show you an elementary school and constructive wetlands that we've done. Yes, we know how to maintain them. We will work with your maintenance folks. But it's also a beautiful opportunity to be able to take advantage of it for learning. And once again, that site-specific design character, this is a Coastal Studies Institute for the entire UNC system. It's not about the building, it's about the kayak launch, it's about the environmental opportunities. And we want to take advantage of every site you have and be able to do that.
Thank you. Yeah. Mon and I have formed a pretty good relationship. We've been working together closely for the last 10 years. Good team, to the point where Mahan is now more or less a principal in training, which means I'm going to lose him as a project manager, but he's here right now and he's yours. Mahan was on the Penderley project from beginning to end. He actually did the construction administration on that project as well. So I'm going to let him talk about what we're doing today, some of the dynamic ways we design buildings, and the impacts of what buildings are today in terms of those designs. So go ahead.
Thank you, Tom. Well, as Tom said, Penderley was actually one of the first projects that I did with SFLA back in 2016, I believe. when we started that project, and I'm very proud to say that I was one of the few people that actually stayed with that project from groundbreaking all the way through the final completion, because there was a lot of turnover during that time period.
3 superintendents.
So, I'm going to talk a little bit about our approach to the design phase of any project that we do. We use Revit, which is a 3-dimensional BIM modeling system to build these models in the cloud. All of our consultants work in those models together so that we are able to make, do clash detections in that model and make real-time changes that we can see across the board. It's really important that we understand spatial requirements for each of those building systems because these are complicated buildings. We do cost estimating throughout the project development so that we know that these buildings that we're designing are meeting your budgets. Coordination, regulation, agency reviews, that's something that has become a big thing for us. And we find that our work done in the design development actually enables us to do that process quickly and efficiently, both at the local level and at the state level. Comparative cost. We're going to look at first cost, operating cost, maintenance cost, life cycle cost. These are things that we've always done with our buildings, but we're also realizing the world has changed over the past couple of years, and in all of our construction projects, we're having to adapt and adopt. Supply chain issues. This is something that we deal with on a daily basis, and unfortunately, it is a part of our industry. Again, what we are finding is that our ability to do those models and talk with our consultants allows us to identify these issues early on in the process. But we also know that we're going to have to review materials and building systems on the fly during the construction phase. And it's critical that we make these decisions and give you guys the information that's needed so that we don't delay the project and the progress of the projects. Here, safety and security. Number one, it is probably one of the most important things with any school that we design. We understand that, and here we've got 2 examples of a typical school layout and the compact plan that Tom had shared with you earlier. Things that I'd like to illustrate is, you can see the circulation paths highlighted here on the plans. In the typical winged plan, you end up with back corridors and blind corners, whereas in the compact plan, you have clear circulation paths with the yellow dots actually indicating that you've got central locations where teachers, staff, SRO staff can monitor these entire buildings from very strategic central locations, which enables them to identify issues really quickly. Other things that we will obviously go through in developing a safety and security plan for your buildings will be reviewing hardened entrances, panic buttons, security, which as Gary talked about, we're going to talk about cameras, motion detectors, electronic blocking on doors. All of that is going to be built into these buildings and taken into consideration so that we can give you the most safe and secure facility. Here, I've actually enlarged a plan of the admin and main entry into one of our buildings. This is actually the Northwest Harnett Elementary School that we're building right now. It's the same layout. It's the same concepts that we developed when we were at Pender. Some of the key concepts is that lobby there really is it looks like it's transparent and glazed, but we're going to talk with you about force resistant glazing, which can buy you up to 30 minutes of time for first responders to get to a facility. Secondary, the receptionist actually controls those 1, 2, 3 entry points into the building, and even in a secondary, emergency, she would be able to go back into the admin and lock off in a secondary, kind of cordoned off section as well. So again, we have developed a process of really making sure that there's multi-checkpoints along the way for a guest or visitor to get into the building, verification of identity, and making sure that those things, somebody is completely safe and checked out before they're actually making it into the building.
Let me add a little piece in that.
Yep.
We just dedicated Irwin Elementary School three months ago. Irwin is probably as cutting edge as we've gotten in school design today. One of the biggest things that we put in that is electronic controls and all the locking, so that you can go in, all doors are monitored, all security and safety is monitored, and it's all controlled by a central station. So you can push that button and lock down the entire school. We designed the school so cordoned off areas can be enclosed so that it's all separated, and we got control with camera supervision throughout the schools. I can't tell you what safety and security has done today. Dr. Fleming, Aaron Fleming, at the dedication speech, his speech was, there are controls in this school that I can't even tell you about, because only we know about them. And it has to do with the ability to cordon off that school, safety and security, monitored, all entrances are monitored, all doors are monitored. I mean, that is essentially what we're having to do in schools today to keep students, staff safe. Go ahead.
Yep. I'm going to actually hand off here now to Jackie. She's going to talk a little bit about our post-pandemic environment and some of
the changes, but then also there's items that we have incorporated into our design with the collaboration spaces. Those spaces are open spaces, they're transparent, unlike the closed spaces, and those are items that we have already incorporated, along with the number of items that are now needed with the post-pandemic environment. And I've been doing CA, Construction Administration, since I've been working at SFLA. I have over 25 years of experience, but while I was at SFLA, I've worked on, just finished Hartford County, worked on Horry County Schools, Moore County Schools, West Rowan Elementary, and now currently working on Harnett County Schools. And in CA now, we're doing everything in a web-based program software where it works as an online filing cabinet, and it allows everyone who wants or needs access to any of the documents, such as the owner, architect, general contractor, to have access to the documents. It gives everybody a way to collaborate, see what's going on in the project, and just know what's happening. It's critical. It's a great way for communication in the project.
All right, we got 2 minutes. Ready to go? I got these are signed as some teasers. This is a prototype K-8 that we're working on at Robeson Elementary School right now. Interestingly enough, K-8s have come back into fashion. They were out, everybody wanted to break. Consolidation is the name of the game today. So K-8s are a big deal. We're developing a 1,200 student prototype K-8 for Robeson County. But we're also developing a 2,000 student, interestingly enough, this is for Prince George County in Maryland. So we've got these prototypes out here. Yes, they are the compact plan. That's where we've kind of centralized our look at schools that big to be able to control that student population. This has really become the essential element in school design today. They're being designed in the computer. I mean, we're doing all the renderings and such, so any design, you get a great idea of what these schools are going to look like long before. I have a simple mantra: there's no disappointment without expectation. If I can set your expectation and get it right, you're going to be happy in the end. And that's what we work to do, and this has been a great boon for us. So a quick summary. You remember this? How could you forget? This was Route 40. September 17, 2018, Florence roared through. You came to me and asked me if we could open the school. Pender Lee was the one school that survived the hurricane. And what a fact it was to be able to demonstrate that Pender County Schools was alive and well and functioning. And could we dedicate the school? And on October 5th, 2018, we opened the doors to Pender Lee School. Talk about proven construction technology. I mean, we survived the storm, and we gave a great opportunity for this community to open that school. So it took a lot of, that's an amazing photo for me. So what makes SFLA the right choice? We're an innovative approach. I mean, we are centered in education. We bring the best models that we can to you for your choice. We don't impose, we ask questions and we respond. We find a way of energy efficient design into every school. It doesn't cost more because we've got a proven technology. But we use air barrier design, foam insulation, really doing tight buildings that functions well and allows Gary and his guys to do the work that they do the best way they can. Collaborative environments that you can visit. Again, 2 hours this way, 2 hours this way, 2 hours this way. I'll take you anywhere. Oh, I'm in summary. Community engagement, advocates for our clients during construction. Even though we cut the ribbon on October 5th, we still made them replace the concrete floors, we made them replace the mismatched VCT, we made them fix the wavy soffits out there. The contractor called me and said, "Why are you making me fix that?" I said, "Because they're not right. They need to be fixed." And you and I had a lot of fun too, Brandon. But we stood up for you. I mean, we stood up for our client and got you the building we believe you deserved and that what you paid for. And that's really the commitment, and Jackie's really good at this stuff, about making sure that what we spec and what gets built are commensurate. I already did my thing on safety and security. It's key, it's the component. So these are my guys, these are our clients. You saw some stuff, Moore County. Dr. Wright actually just went to Sumter, South Carolina. So William is gone, which breaks my heart. He's a great guy. Anthony Van, and then Dr. Fleming Brooks, and you're even up there because I'm so proud of that school. I'll tell anybody to call you. So that's it. I got room for questions.
Board members, are there any questions? No questions?
All right, with no questions, can I step aside a second and put this on a personal level? My son and my daughter live in Pender County. They're out in Atkinson. They own a farm. They bought a 12-acre farm 2 years ago, helped them with the down payment. We're a part of Pender County. We're down here once a month, probably seeing them. We're invested in that. My son basically runs the farm. He's an ex-chef. He cooks occasionally, but they are now farm to table, and they're funding all of the restaurants that he usually goes and cooks for. It's their investment. But more interesting enough, his wife, Jordan is the head of East Down East. I don't know if you know the operation down here. They operate out of the train station in Burgaw. The really coincident piece of all of this is their East Down East commitment is taking local farms and moving them to the city so that they can open up a corridor for selling and servicing these farms. They're a nonprofit organization. They're heavily invested. I always tease people, they're out to save the world. But this is a commitment, and I embrace it. We help them all that we can. I think it is so fascinating to me because one of the tenets of Pender Lee was they gave out all those plots of land so the people could grow their crops, bring them into the commons, barter what they needed, and then take what was left over to the city to sell. And it's come full tilt for me. So there's a real personal commitment to Pender County as well. I would love to continue the environment in a sort of selfish way. It would give me even more reason to be down here helping them out. So that's just a sidebar to all of this, but there's a commitment to Pender that goes way beyond just wanting to do a new school. We've been invested in this community. I've been personally invested in this community a lot. And we'd love to continue that relationship and bring a new school to you. So I thank you so much for your time and your consideration. Again, Brandon, nice to see you again. Brad, nice to see you. Stephen, and Don, thank you.
Thank you. Have a safe trip back.
Thank you.
We got one more.
Post office brings that in.
You'll be able to control it from that keyboard? I've got this.
So,
Yes.
it looks like. Crazy. Something more to say. Some more work for all of them. I like that's interesting. Hills presentation.
All right, you should be ready to go.
Okay.
That's where they went.
All right, board members are,
2 minutes, they got
oh,
3
2 minutes. 2 minutes.
You got 4 that stepped out to the restroom. One's back.
Everybody has the same image on their screen too? Yes. So, like I just put a flash drive in here and that's on everybody's screen?
Everybody that's logged on there, yep.
Log on, great. Long day for y'all.
Okay, that's been kind of entertaining, learning experience.
Are you advancing slides?
Yes.
Okay.
No. Okay. Yeah, I was gonna, well. Yeah, I mean, you can. You'll be able to see this. Sure. I think that's fine where they can see you. That's fine with me.
You really need to stand in front of me.
It's all right.
Okay, all right.
Sam, whatever you need to.
Okay.
Put shot collars on.
All right, okay, looks like we've got everybody back. Board members, this is FWA, and again, I'll let them do their own introductions. So,
Well, first of all, it's a pleasure to be back in front of you again. Thank you for the opportunity. On behalf of the entire team, we want to thank you for letting us come and talk a little bit about our expertise as it relates to schools, and particularly K-8 schools. So when I'm on your side of the table, I like to know where we're going, mainly so I know when we're done, right? So we're going to talk about who we are and what we do. We're going to talk about ideas for effective learning. We're going to talk about schedule and cost. And then there's some, as you know, there's some issues out in the construction industry right now, and you can tell that by going to the grocery store. And then our process and how we work with people, and then we'll open it up for questions. So, my name's Gary Hubler. I'm a principal and owner with the FWA Group. We are in Charlotte, but I reside in the Triad, and I can be here at a moment's notice, and Darren can attest that I actually was here one morning at 8 a.m. to take a look at the schools when we were working on the bond referendum. And I also need to tell you that since we turned in our proposal, we have signed a letter of intent and are working on due diligence to merge with HCM. So Adele's here from HCM, and that gives us a 350-person capacity. We've been working on this deal since last July. And then with me is also Gary Lang. Gary Lang is detail-oriented. If I was doing my house, Gary would draw it, even though I'm an architect, because he's very detail-oriented. And then the third Gary of our presentation is Gary Costin. You've met him before. And then Blake's got a different name. Blake is our civil engineer. So 3 of our consultants are MWBE, by the way. I just wanted to bring that up. The FWA group, we do schools. That's what we do. 95% of our work is in education. A lot with repeat clients. I'm happy to say that I've done some work with a previous firm here in Pender County, so I'm looking forward to having that opportunity again.
Okay, well, I'm going to talk a little bit about something I'm very passionate about, and that's really this role that we call kind of educational planner. And so I always feel like our job is to connect what you want to do in terms of education and what's happening in education with how we design the school. So the next generation of learners is a little different than all of us, right, in terms of how they learn, and they're very collaborative, they use their devices, they really are not, they don't really do well with sort of the stage on the stage, standing up and presenting to them. So I think our responsibility as school designers is to design for this next generation of learners and to understand what that means. And so we want to work collaboratively with you to find out what some of your goals are educationally and make sure we're in design. So just a couple of them that we've been doing on some of our recent schools. This kind of idea that learning happens everywhere. It's just not in the classroom. It's outside, it's in breakout spaces, that really we want to sort of treat the whole building and the whole site as a place of learning and to really work on how we can learn beyond the classroom. We've been doing a lot of outdoor classrooms and a lot of just ways that kids can really learn all day and engage with all of the environment. Obviously, these are our digital natives, right? So technology is not new to them in any way. They were sort of born with it, and if you have ever seen little kids, it's just so native to them and so easy for them. And so how do we balance that sort of, kind of using the technology as their pencil, but also really having places where they interact and engage in collaborative ways? Learner-centered. So every learner learns differently, right? And so we want to be able to design spaces for all kinds of learners. We want to care about their well-being. We want to make sure they've got places that they can rest, learn quietly, learn outdoors, learn on their own, or learn in groups. And so we really want to think about all these different kinds of learning as we design the new K-8 school. And then there's this STEM term, right, that we've all heard about, science, technology, engineering, math. Well, we've even done some STEAM, right, where we added art, right, so it's STEAM. But it's really about hands-on learning, project-based learning, spaces where kids can use their hands, and some kids really learn this way. And so we'll want to talk to you about what kinds of spaces, maker spaces or STEM spaces, we want to introduce into the school. So it's exciting how you're taking this idea of an elementary and a middle and sort of putting them together. But there are some real benefits for kids in terms of kind of this idea of a K-8 spectrum, that they aren't having kind of that transition year. So they really stay on the same campus and sort of come to the same place. And so there's not really as much impact on learning. There's obviously some multi-age opportunities for Maybe a kindergarten has a buddy that's a 6th grader or 7th grader, and there's some multi-age opportunities. It keeps families together, right? They get to drop off their kids at the same place for a longer period of time. And it definitely builds communities. So we're excited about your idea of this kind of elementary and middle on the same site. Thought we would talk a little bit about sustainable design or energy efficient design or high performance design. It gets called lots of things, right? But for me, the fact that we can design a space that is really, sort of a nice space for kids to be learning in, and it saves the district money, those are really, really important things. And so we'll talk a little bit more about those ideas of how do we maybe move towards a net zero design.
So since Gary is a wise coordinator, and he knew you would have seen me for the 3rd time at this point, I
Right.
won't go rehash Optima and its 300 schools and net zero projects, but just a reminder about how the process works on our end. It's so important to ask those key questions early, in your facility directors, and then each of these items is how your building uses energy. The walls and roofs are important because that's how your heat loss happens in the winter, heat gain happens in the summer, and then you use air conditioning energy to offset it. So each of those items, we drill down on it as hard as we can, and at that early stage, we use computer simulation modeling, energy modeling, to make decisions, help you guys make decisions. If we orient the building where there's a lot of glazings facing south, we can enter, we've taken all that time to compute the building itself, we can put a shade device in there and see how much energy it would save over the life of the building. But the net zero calc is as easy as you see: energy use intensity, total building energy usage over the year. We offset that with renewables that are much more efficient these days. And again, if we can't afford that, we're going to make it PV ready as much as possible. That involves all these items you're well aware of. Daylighting, maybe those controls don't make sense. If we can only deal with half of the classroom and it's going to cost $100,000 extra, we're going to identify that VE up front. We're going to VE ourselves. But each of these items here, that's on us to help you guys make decisions, make your building better, save that energy over the life of the building with the life cycle cost analysis.
So we know that Gary and Gary know what they're doing, okay? And they can design us a net zero building. But when we look at our schools, when we look at every building we do, we try to use common sense on how we design it. We look at how the students hear. Are the acoustics in the room correct? Are they hearing background noise? I mean, if you can't hear the teacher, then you're not going to do good. How the students breathe. That's all the quality of air that Gary's going to be providing in this. How we filter those out. Do we use ultraviolet light at the end to get rid of the pollutants or not? How the students see. I mean, we all know daylighting is great, but daylighting in the wrong places is awful. We want to give it to you in the right places at the right time. And then how the students feel. That all comes down to, can we make these spaces comfortable with temperature, with air velocity? You know, everybody knows you can't focus when there's air blowing on top of you. How the students move, whether it's getting to school or the school itself, is it a clear circulation path? And finally, how they think and learn. And I think one of the key items that I always look at is students spend 65% of their day sitting in a classroom. Something has to either change, or we need to make our classrooms really great so that our students can keep on learning.
So I want to talk a little bit about schedule and cost. As I started at the beginning, thank you for the privilege to work with you to put together information for your November bond referendum. And we did put a schedule in there which showed your project being completed in time for the opening of school in the year 2025. We can certainly meet that project. Now, can you better that schedule? If everything was perfect, and it's not a perfect world, but if everything was perfect, we could do the architecture, but it's some of the front end stuff that might keep you from getting in there early. But we certainly make a commitment to meet your 2025 opening as was shown in the bond referendum, or the information we prepared for that. So also in the bond referendum was the cost that we showed per square foot. And we used $385 for middle schools and $375 for elementary. And we worked with Palacio to work. They're the ones who helped us help you. These are actual costs of schools that have just bid with prices escalated to the spring of 2023 and projects that will be bidding in the spring of 2023. And you can see the average of those projects is 393 square feet. So we believe that the costs, as we presented them to you, are in the right range, even in this high inflationary period. So now I want to take off my bond committee hat and talk to you as an architect who would love the opportunity to design your school. We find ways to reduce school. We're going to show you a little bit later our prototype middle and our prototype elementary school that are based on a compact design, which uses less energy, less perimeter skin for energy to leak out of the building, reduce roof area so that energy doesn't escape through the roof, and then we're going to look at a lighter stud design for the second floor with resistant gypsum boards so that we're not carrying that weight through our structure and into our footing. And then we do a balanced structural design so that at some point, you know, if the steel doesn't arrive on time, then they can build the one-story portion of the school, and when the steel arrives, they can build the two-story portion. One other thing we do is we right-size the areas of the school so that we can give you a cost-effective construction type. But in reality, typically our projects are 10% less than current prices. So you go to the grocery store and things aren't on the shelf. The same thing happens with the construction industry. Large mechanical units, sometimes we can find certain ones and not find certain ones. So we applaud you for going CM at risk with this project. We would work early on with the CM at risk to find out the units that are out there and then design the school around those units so it doesn't hold up your project. And then switchgear, generators, steel bar joists, we'd probably work with your CM at risk. We would suggest we work with your CM at risk, actually put bid packages together to make sure that these components arrive at the job when they need to arrive at the job. But actually, this project is a prime candidate for CM at risk. And you know, we could stand here all day long and tell you how good we are, but Tony Insaldo is retired director of architecture for Charlotte-Mecklenburg Schools, and he said that we're one of 3 firms that actually know how to handle construction. So I just wanted to hear that.
So we could talk a little bit about our process.
I'll talk about a little bit about the site. Like I said, we looked at a couple sites for y'all. We don't know if that's the right site or not at this point. There's other sites out there, obviously. We worked with Alamance County Schools recently doing a site selection study using the GIS platform to help them look in a specific region when they were redistricting to help them find a site that was suitable for their school, and that's under construction now. We did the design on that and it's going to open soon, but we talked about how wetlands are going to be critical on this, and why wetlands are critical is you can impact wetlands, but it's going to take time for permitting. Once we get over that half-acre threshold, if we have to on a site, it's going to take up to 18 months to get that permitted. So that's the timeline, that's the issues with impacting wetlands. If you stay under that threshold, you can tighten up timelines to 3 to 6 months of permitting. That's why wetlands are critical. And also DOT is going to be critical, and schools always is. A lot of experience working with them. Being able to separate the queuing lane, entrance and exit drives, and being able to separate the bus drives is really critical for circulation, flow, and safety on site for the students and the staff and the kids. So the site selection is very important. The site choice is very important. Lots of cost. I've got to make sure utilities are in place. You have enough water and sewer capacity so we don't have any fire tanks or pump stations and stuff like that.
I think the one thing we do know these days is every site we get now, they're not great sites. I mean, it used to be you had your pick of sites and you could pick the perfect one and fit it, but these days what's left and what's not built on, there's probably a good reason it's not built on right now. So every site has issues. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about, this is a diagram. This is not to be construed as a floor plan for you. This is, in reality, our middle school and our elementary school put together to show you how something might occur. And it's to be used basically as a jumping off point to talk about the concepts. And what I want you to try to get through as we go through this is to understand the concepts that we're talking about, not exactly that it's laid out exactly this way or what happens. So in looking at this, our middle school is actually right down the middle from there to the right. It's a 1,200 student middle school, and our elementary school prototype is an 800 school elementary school, and it's from that blue line to the left. One of the great components about putting these types of schools together is to create a very simple circulation, because anytime you get a school this big, your circulation just starts going haywire, and kids don't know how to find their way around, especially the younger kids. So we're looking at potentially, a separate elementary entry plus a separate middle school entry, and it then goes to a combined main street. And the main street that we've got is basically an oversized, and this is what we've done in our past schools, a very oversized main corridor that has a lot of natural light coming into it, and it feeds all of the major spaces such as the gymnasiums and the cafeterias and the media centers.
That's not.
At our tech.
That was fast.
So at the ends of these main corridors are stairwells to the two-story classroom spaces. And here's an example of that two-story, or that main circulation stair. And one of the things that happened by very accident is that we wanted to get light at the end of all of our corridors, so we made it so you could actually egress out at this point, plus get light in. And in order to do that, we separated the stair, the main stair, into two components. Well, that happened to be a very fortuitous event in that the teachers and the staff love this type of design to the point where they actually can say one is an up stair and one is a down stair. And that's very important apparently in middle schools, where there's all kinds of issues relating to stair issues. You can even say on this one, they put little arrows saying this is the upside. So, like I said, this is a concept that you can take forward on just about anything. The shared spaces for the two schools would be the cafeteria, or the kitchen in the middle, and the mechanical systems right there. So the one kitchen would serve the cafeteria for the middle school, and also on the other side, the cafeteria for the elementary school. This is, once again, the cafeterias are off of that main corridor, so a lot of the light coming through that corridor then filters into the cafeteria area. And you can see on the opposite side, we have an abundance of windows to the exterior, so that these cafeterias are fun and light and a very beautiful place to be. At the front of the schools, there's two separate admin areas. That's only because that's the way this lays out now. If we do want to join the admin areas from middle school and elementary school, then that's a very easy coordination issue that we would work with your staff to figure out. But what I want to point out on this is really the entry to these schools. And the entry, we need to talk a little bit about safety, because we all know it's a big issue these days, and we work really hard on a lot of different designs of how to make our main entries and all our entry points safe. So this is an example of what we have recently done on one of the middle schools, and this is an entry. So over here we have the exterior of the building on the bottom side and the interior on the top, and the entry vestibule in the middle. So when a person approaches the school, only one door has actual hardware on the outside that they can open up. The other doors are blank plates, they can't get in. So they approach the school and they come up to a teller window, almost just like a bank teller window, where you come and you flash your ID and they see it through the window and they buzz you and let you into the vestibule. But once you're in the vestibule, you still can't get into the school. You have to go into the reception area, and once you're in the reception area, you can finish doing all your checking in, get your visitor's badge and everything else, and then, and only then, can you enter the school. So this is a really highly functioning three-process security stage that everybody has to go through. At the same time, leaving the doors in the exit direction that we will need for any kind of egress for the children. Also, the 2 times a days, at the beginning of the day and at the end of the day when they let off, these doors are locked in the open position to where it's free-flowing for that half an hour or so when you need it to be. The other thing we do is on the outer level, we harden that glass. And it's not a bulletproof glass, it is a security glass that is a lot cheaper than bulletproof glass, but it does stop, it deters bullets, and it deters any kind of vandalism that we would have at those areas. And that only occurs at large entry points where we have a lot of glass and doors. The gyms and the locker rooms, once again, and the multi-purpose rooms feed off of the main corridor, as we talked about. The gym that we have used in our middle school has a stage opening to it because the gym has built into it 450 bleacher seats. So it's a great place to go ahead and use as the rest of the stage. So if you put more chairs on the floor of the gym, you can fit the entire middle school into that gym for an assembly type of area. The elementary school is a little bit different because you don't have the bleachers in there. So what we do, of course, is we connect it to the cafeteria and use a movable wall so that you, on the elementary side, you can have a large space as well for any kind of presentations. Here's a shot of the gym looking back at the stage. And of course, just a reminder, so the gym is off of the corridor. So what happens is the light actually comes through and filters through the corridor before it hits the gym space itself. And if you notice on the gym, we don't have a whole lot of exterior windows like you saw in the cafeteria. That's because the last thing you want in the gym is big glaring windows staring at you when you're trying to shoot a basket. So we minimize those and try to use this diffused light coming in from the corridor. The final thing just want to point out is then the classrooms are at the far end. Elementary is on the left and middle school is on the right. They're both two-story spaces because, like I say, our sites are getting so tight these days, we need to minimize our footprints. And it also minimizes the roof, as Gary talked about as well. Upstairs, if we look at it, you can see that the elementary school's got a lot less classrooms, so it's a linear component, but every core classroom has a window to the outside. Even though we've kept these plans really compact, we still give them all windows. On the middle school side, you can see that the classrooms actually surround a core. And in the core, we have our science classrooms.
So I taught you a little bit about the cutting, how we reduce cost. We actually have put 3 science rooms that feed from 1 prep room. And you might like, that's a small thing. Yeah, but a lot of little small things help you make your final budget. So, you know, just the refrigerator in that prep room is $8,000. And so these are the kind of things. And we also open up the restrooms from the locker area and allow kids during the day to use those restrooms so they don't have to build twice as many restrooms so they can use that stuff.
So everything we do, these schools were designed to be right-sized and be economic in construction and economic in the way they utilize the spaces and the way students use the space as well. All the way down to, you know, what Adele was talking about earlier is the exterior classrooms. It's really important that we address that within our designs and have these spaces.
So at this point, we'll open it up for questions, and we thank you for your attentiveness at this time of day.
At this time of day. Thank you for staying awake. I appreciate that.
Long day for you guys. Yeah.
Board members, are there any questions? I think all mine were answered in the presentation. So this school that you just showed, is that an actual school somewhere now? Or is that just a prototype, or?
Yes, it's a combination of our prototype middle school and our prototype elementary school, and it's joined right at the kitchen.
But you could go see.
Yeah, but where's the elementary school, where's the middle school? That's the question.
Yeah.
Charlotte Mecklenburg.
Charlotte, which one?
The latest middle school is J.M. Alexander Middle School.
Okay.
And we are this week opening the Bain Elementary School. And they're both designed around that same concept that we talked about with the main corridor, and that's why it's so easy to talk about it here as a concept of how you could join those things.
And last fall, we opened up a K-8 for Charlotte Mech, but the requirements, as I understand them, for you didn't quite match. So we thought this was the best thing to show you.
Yeah, but it's the existing elementary school, because you obviously showed us pictures.
Yes.
Those pictures came from.
Those pictures, yes, came from.
Yeah, they were, I know, yeah, it was a school.
And one thing I want to apologize on the pictures is that our last three schools, middle school and elementary school, their color has just been blue. So all of our photographs have blue color in them because I want to do a school that's not blue.
Yeah.
Give us something other than blue.
And we haven't been able to have kids in them, right, because of the pandemic. So yeah, we usually like kids in our pictures too.
Any other questions, board members? Well, we certainly appreciate it.
You're welcome. Thank you. Thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Sincerely appreciate it. It's amazing how much this is. So this is 2021.
I'll give you an error when you do that, but okay.
Sorry.
Just because I don't want to corrupt your data. And, oh, I know it. Oh, I know it. I deal with it every day. That was cool. That's what I want.
Thank you guys. You know, it's been a long day for you, so yeah.
Thank you.
Hour right there, I apologize.
You're good to go. Thank you. I'll leave that tip.
Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So board members, we are now at the consent agenda. There is one minor revision to a item in the consent agenda. Dr. Bloomerite is going to explain that revision. It doesn't change the agenda, it just changes the dollar amount on the.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. So the total dollar amount of the last item on consent, the foundations for Fort Wilson, there were added materials that were needed to be able to serve kids adequately. So what you will see on the executive summary is a change total amount, and the original amount of was 90,000, I believe, and change was coming out of PRC 181, and then the second invoice order, which is coming out of 050, so Title I funds, and that's to be able to make up the balance for what the kids need and what the instructors and coaches also need to be able to serve the kids adequately. So nothing changes in the sense that the item itself, other than totals.
So if there's no other questions or comments, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make a motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Charles made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Any discussion?
I just have one more question. So, in all that we have going on, I'm directing this right there, and all that we have going on with all the training and everything coming up, I'm assuming that all that schedule, I got the schedule on some of that coming up, and we're ready to roll with that. So, with the new programs coming in, am I right, with the new training and everything coming up?
Yes, ma'am. We offer, we have a launch sessions for training in May at the end of the year, the work days.
Right.
The majority of the kids are in, and so we are working on getting those inventory out to teachers now so they can work through them. We have training scheduled for new hires coming for back to school days. And then there will also be support sessions throughout the school for these programs.
Okay, and so the thought process is Pender teachers will not be trained in all, they will get this training later also in August. How are we doing with Pender? I guess that's my question.
They received the launch training, our veterans received the launch training in May. And we're working with the company right now to schedule them some, they can go in and do it digitally. Kind of, there are different days that they can choose that best suits them, so we're working on getting that like right now for our new teachers.
Okay, and just one other additional question, something I've thought about, and I guess because I'm using some of these items this summer with some of my kids. So like our book rooms, you know, we spent a lot of money on book rooms. I can remember that, and all of those materials and those level readers, which are amazing sources that we have available. I'm just curious because that might be out there in the public. I said, well, what happened to all of that? Are we still utilizing those in schools? Are we? I don't want them having dust just growing on. We have some really great things out there in addition to what we're going to be doing.
Yes, I agree with you fully, The programs, the phonics program and the decodable books, they're for K through 2 in that learning to read. As students learn to read, those book rooms, they come right back out to serve students influency and comprehension and to further their ability to read.
Okay, good. Just had a question about that. I was been thinking about, I was looking over this, like, I wonder whatever happened with all of that stuff, so. Okay, thank you. No further questions, Ms. Taylor.
We got a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Consent agenda passes. Comments from board members. Ms. Montana?
I do not have any at this time.
Mr. Smith? No, sir. Mr. Hall?
I've got more of a question than a comment. What's going on with this book review committee that we ordered be done a few months ago?
So we have the link on the webpage, with the new webpage ready to go. We've got the form digitized for parents if they have an objection to particular materials to start the process. The principals will need to make sure that if something like that comes up, they choose a different set of committee than their original MTAC committee, because those are the ones that choose the materials. But we haven't had a parent objection specific to a specific book that we have in our collection at this time.
So the committee will be formed when there's a.
Correct.
No? Explain this, Brandon.
Yeah, so what I would like, and I'd like to discuss this more with the board about appointments, but I would like the board to appoint the committee so they can undergo some training before the school year starts, so we can have some.
How about we put this on our next meeting? Would that be the way to do this?
I think that also makes sense. I also think that we can address some of this conversation in closed session, if appropriate, as far as appointments of personnel within the school district, because a lot of the folks you're going to be appointing are also members of personnel. And
All right. Thank you. That's all.
it was on my list for tonight, Mr. Hall, so just know that that was.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Ms. Burns?
None from me, thank you.
I just have a couple. Mr. Lancaster, welcome to Pender County. Mr. Taylor, welcome to staying out all night. Thank you for all the others that stuck around. I'm not sure the outcome of the game, but Bergall Dixie Youth was playing in the state 8U tournament. It started at 3 o'clock. I can't find the score to see if they won or anything. I hope they did. If not, it was a good run for them. It'd be nice to bring the state championship back home. Other than that, I have nothing else for tonight. Comments from our board attorney, Mr. McPherson.
I will keep it very brief tonight. I am very excited to report that we have a state budget on July 11th. Governor Cooper and the General Assembly have agreed on a state budget, which means for all intents and purposes, the school district, chief funding source, actually has a plan before the start of school, and we do not have to find the dollars at the beginning of the school year. So I'm very excited about that. There'll be more to come on particular topics. I just personally am excited that yesterday that was signed and we have the opportunity to start the school year with knowing what people are supposed to get paid. So that is all I have for tonight.
If I could back up, I do have one more comment. The Board of Commissioners last night approved the first step into the bond ordinance being placed on the ballot. It'll be back on their agenda at their August 1 meeting. Once it's approved then, hopefully it'll be, there's a public hearing that night also. Then they'll make the second vote, and then we'll be able to start our bond committee and start hitting the streets with trying to strum up support. Report from the superintendent.
I have no news.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Burns, do you have a motion for closed session?
The Pender County Board of Education will enter closed session subject to the advice from the attorney pursuant to NC General Statute 143-318.11A1 and A6 to to prevent disclosure of confidential personnel information under GS 115C-319, and to consider matters relating to initial employment of an individual employee. The board will also go into closed session pursuant to General Statute 143-318.11A3 to consult with the board's attorney in order to preserve the attorney-client privilege, to consider confidential student matters as provided in NC General Statute 143.318.11A1 and the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act 20 U.S.C. 1232G and NC General Statute 115C-402 to establish or instruct staff or agents concerning the terms of a contract or proposed contract for the acquisition of real property as provided in NC General Statute 143-318.11A5.
Board members, Ms. Burns has made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We're in closed session in the kitchen. Board members, do I have a motion to come out of closed session?
I make a motion to come out of closed session.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Board members, is there a motion to approve the earmark contract renewal?
I make a motion that we approve the earmark contract renewal.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'm gonna abstain, so whatever that equals to.
Yes.
That means yeah.
Okay.
Board members, there is a motion to approve the human resource report and addendum.
I make a motion to approve item 12.2, the human resource report.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Board members, this is the dreaded one here. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
There's a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Mr. Chair, before we adjourn,
Oh, yes, sir.
I apologize, Mr. Chair, before we vote, anyone against. Are we having our meeting next month in this location, or are we announcing a different location to give people time? Or will that be just made public later on?
The current plan is now is to have it in Hampstead. The
Okay, I apologize.
location in Hampstead, we don't know. Most likely at Hampstead Annex.
Okay, thank you, sir.
County will let us use it. All right, thank you. Well, have a good night.